Chapter 6:19. If it was a month ago when he entered the Qi refining tower, even if Yan Chutian had the guts to say those words, he knew that he would be in an extremely sorry state if he were to fight with Hu Yuan. However, things were different now. Now that he had broken through to the third level of the Yuanying technique, the result would be difficult to predict. Therefore, Yan Chutian did not reject Hu Yuan's challenge because he wanted to see what level his strength had reached. Seeing that Yan Chutian had actually agreed, Hu Yuan couldn't help but be taken aback. Soon after, a deep pit appeared on his face. It seems that breaking through to the third level of the Yuanying technique has given you quite a bit of confidence. He was not someone who did not have a discerning eye. Naturally, he could see that Hu Yuan's cultivation had broken through to the third level of the Yuanying technique. However, if Hu Yuan thought that Hu Yuan could fight against him because of this, he would be underestimating Hu Yuan. Not to mention that Hu Yuan's cultivation was already at the 7th level of the Yuanying technique. His long seclusion in the Qi refining tower had improved his mastery of the Taiyin technique by another level. However, Hu Yuan did not say much about this. He only left the Qi refining tower with Yan Chutian. Private fights were strictly prohibited in the Firmament God Palace. However, if both parties agreed, they could go to the battle arena to fight. However, such battles were all sealed off and no one could watch. Yan Chutian and Hu Yuan headed to one of the battle arenas. Hu Yuan was in the center of the sealed battle arena. The enormous pressure that belonged to a 7th level of the Yuanying technique was no longer concealed and crazily spread out from his body. If one's strength was not enough, they would not even be able to resist such an enormous pressure. How could they even talk about fighting? This was the simplest method that a high-level cultivator could use to suppress a low-level cultivator. Although it was simple, it was the most effective. However, it was obviously impossible to make Yan Chutian submit with such pressure. The mysterious Yang Qi surged in his body and completely eliminated the discomfort caused by the pressure. However, upon seeing Yan Chutian, Hu Yuan, who did not seem to be affected by the pressure at all, was extremely calm. Indeed, as far as he was concerned, it ought to be like this. Otherwise, if Chen Shi was unable to even resist his pressure, then it would truly be laughable for Chen Shi to shamelessly accept his challenge. With this thought in mind, Hu Yuan did not think any further. He bent his body slightly and shot out like an arrow, heading straight for Yan Chutian. Not fearing the pressure was only a certainty. Only the following real battle would be the true test. Hu Yuan moved as fast as lightning and appeared in front of Yan Chutian in an instant. Then, without any fancy moves, he simply threw a punch straight at the latter's forehead. Although this punch looked simple, it contained the true strength of a quasi-Yuanying stage 7 expert. Thus, the power of this punch was truly unparalleled. A punch was thrown. The space shattered into nothingness as the fist continued to spread out. The terrifying tearing power was likely to be able to severely injure a stage 6 Yuanying stage cultivator. Facing such an attack, Yan Chutian's expression was naturally grave. Even though his strength had increased a lot, he had never fought with a quasi-Yuanying stage 7 expert. However, he had never felt fear in his heart. That was it. Therefore, facing this attack, Yan Chutian similarly raised his right fist. Similarly, it was an upright fist form, directly smashing towards Hu Yuan's fist form. Boom! In an instant, a deafening roar resounded. After the fist collided, both of them retreated. The only difference was that Hu Yuan only retreated a few steps, while Yan Chutian left a long mark on the ground. However, even so, Hu Yuan's face still flashed with a bright light. This was because it was a miracle that a stage 3 Yuanying stage 7 expert could fight head-on with him, a stage 3 Yuanying stage 7 expert. It was not that he had never heard of so-called geniuses who could fight above their level, but most of them were people who did not live up to their reputation. Today, Yan Chutian had given him a new lease on life. However, it was also because of this that if he lost to his opponent despite having such a huge advantage in cultivation, it would be too embarrassing. Therefore, if he could, he naturally did not want to lose. Just as his thoughts were surging, Yan Chutian, who had been silent, suddenly disappeared from his spot. Then, a series of strange attacks came one after another. This scene first stunned Hu Yuan, but then he understood how cunning his opponent was. No matter what, his opponent's cultivation was still lacking. If Hu Yuan controlled the rhythm of the battle, he would definitely be suppressed. However, if Hu Yuan took the initiative to attack, the result would be hard to say. Bang! Once again, their fists collided. Both of them were still pushed back, but the result was the same as before. Again, Yan Chutian was in an even more sorry state. Such a scene made Yan Chutian have no choice but to admit that his cultivation was still somewhat lacking. The huge ability that he had created through the body imprint was being worn down bit by bit as his cultivation continued to increase. Otherwise, he would have been able to defeat a stage 7 Yuanying stage cultivator. However, in reality, he was already in a sorry state when facing a stage 7 Yuanying stage cultivator. However, he had already expected such a situation. Moreover, it was already shocking enough that he could reach such a level with his body imprint ability. Haha! I have to admit that there is probably no other person in the outer sect who can reach such a level with a stage 3 Yuanying stage cultivation. However, if that is the case, then the winner of today's battle will still be me, Hu Yuan. You have been in seclusion in the Qi refining tower for nearly a month and have broken through to the second level of the Yuanying stage. However, the time I have spent in the Qi refining tower is not an exaggeration. The indifferent words slowly fell, and when the last word sounded, a wisp of blood-red flames suddenly appeared from Hu Yuan's fingertips. However, just by looking at this wisp of flame, Yan Chutian felt an extreme threat. It was as if he was not looking at a wisp of flame, but a monstrous curtain of fire. Hu Yuan seemed to have seen Yan Chutian's shock. Unconsciously, even his following tone had a hint of arrogance. This is the result of my 1 month's time, also known as the Taiyan technique. Boom! This time, as soon as he finished speaking, that strand of seemingly weak flames instantly swept out into a monstrous sea of flames. Everywhere the flames passed, space was incinerated, and everything was destroyed. It seemed as if it could incinerate the heavens and split the sky apart. In the next moment, when Hu Yuan's gaze locked onto Yan Chutian, even without any movement, the sea of fire seemed to have a consciousness and rushed towards him at an extremely fast speed. Facing such a fierce attack, Yan Chutian did not have time to think. He could only use his own strength to quickly condense a defense. The mysterious yang qi in his body surged crazily. In the end, the power of the qi converged and condensed into a curtain of light in front of his body. This kind of defense was like a powerful attack that was difficult to destroy. However, even so, Yan Chutian was confident that he could block the defense of a 6th-level Yuanying cultivator. However, under the impact of the sea of fire, it was continuously destroyed like a piece of paper on a window. The pillar of flame came with a fierce momentum, tearing apart space layer by layer. It also brutally destroyed all of Yan Chutian's defenses, and finally exploded in front of Yan Chutian. Boom! A majestic rumbling sound resounded, and the aura that was sent flying seemed to be enough to tear space apart. It was hard to imagine how tyrannical the power that erupted from the center of this collision was. At the same time, Hu Yuan's expression was extremely satisfied as he looked at the magnificent explosion. His satisfaction was naturally due to the power of his Taiyan technique. In his opinion, even Tong Kong should pay more attention to such an attack. As for Yan Chutian, he should be severely injured by now, right? However, this could not be blamed on him. After all, in his eyes, since it was a battle, he had to use his full strength. If he lost and was severely injured, He could only blame himself for not being as good as his opponent. However, when the commotion subsided, Hu Yuan's originally indifferent gaze suddenly froze. At the same time, he looked closely at the center of the battle platform. This was because he saw Xie Bo's figure standing there. Even though this figure's clothes were tattered and he was covered in wounds, he still stood tall and did not lean at all. As for this figure, other than Yan Chutian who was currently fighting with him, who else could it be? However, how could this be possible? Even if he had not used the killing move of the Taiyin technique, he should have been severely injured and collapsed after taking the attack of the Taiyin technique. How could he still stand up? Add a bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 620. However, no matter how shocked he was, Hu Yuan clearly understood that the scene before his eyes was not fake, but real. His opponent had truly blocked an attack from his extreme flame art, and had not fallen. However, from his point of view, this should be his opponent's limit. Even if he could barely block an attack from the extreme flame art, he would definitely be seriously injured. With this thought in mind, Hu Yuan's expression gradually calmed down. He had no choice but to admit that his opponent had indeed exceeded his expectations. However, this was as far as he could go. Hence, he did not directly attack. Instead, he stared at the figure that had been standing since the beginning. This is only an attack from my extreme flame art. I have not even revealed my killing move. However, from the looks of it, you seem to have reached your limit. As if to confirm Hu Yuan's words, Yan Chutian's towering figure staggered a little the instant his words sounded. If he had not forcefully stabilized his body at the last moment, it was likely that he would have really fallen like this. This scene made Hu Yuan even more certain of his thoughts. However, when he looked at Yan Chutian's eyes, he could not help but be stunned once again. This was because he did not see a pair of eyes that were filled with fatigue as he had expected. On the contrary, those eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation. It was battle intent. This situation caused him to restrain the words that were about to come out of his mouth. This was because he was all too clear that this was definitely not a gaze that indicated that one was admitting defeat. Since this was the case, why should he speak any more nonsense? In the next instant, specks of fire once again ignited on Hu Yuan's palm. Although they were still sparks, the aura this time around seemed to be much stronger than before. Subsequently, his palm moved slightly. As the wisp of fire flickered, layers of fire shadows continuously appeared. In the end, a pair of fire wings finally unfurled towards the sky. Under these fire wings, a lifelike fire phoenix gradually appeared. As the fire phoenix took shape, its aura steadily rose. It was only the size of a palm, but the aura that surged and spread was enough to immerse this entire space in a seemingly eternal burning sensation. The extreme flame art cultivates the phoenix celestial flame. This move of mine is called the burning heavens flame. When Hu Yuan's final word fell, the fire phoenix, which was already filled with an imposing aura, let out a phoenix cry. In the next instant, the fire wings shook gently, and the layers of space were instantly burned and annihilated like window paper, leaving only the fire phoenix galloping as if it had the power to destroy the world. At the same time, as he watched the lifelike fire phoenix approach, an innate arrogance quickly spread from the depths of Yan Chutian's body. That was the will of the true dragon. The true dragon had the arrogance to dominate the world of spiritual beasts. Even the phoenix, which was also an immortal beast, was not in its eyes. However, at this moment, what Yan Chutian wanted to use was not the dragon will, but the 5 elements fragmentary star mark. Although he had used it the last time, after all, he hadn't activated it to the fullest. Besides, now that he had made a breakthrough in his cultivation, the power of the 5 fragmentary stars mark should have been enhanced to a higher level, right? Thinking of this, Yan Chutian gradually calmed the arrogance in the depths of his body. Then, he activated the 5 elements power hidden in his body, and the power of the 5 elements fragmentary star mark appeared again. As a result, the next earth-shattering collision occurred. Majestic roars continued to resound in the enclosed fighting ring. The raging power was so strong that even a level 6 Yuanian cultivator would find it difficult to resist and could only retreat in embarrassment. After an unknown period of turbulence, the shattered space began to gradually recover, and the raging waves finally calmed down. When everything was calm again, two figures could be seen standing on each side of the fighting ring. At this time, Yan Chutian did not change much from before. He was also in an extremely sorry state. It was worth mentioning that at this time, Hu Yuan's clothes were in tatters, and there were even bloodstains under many of them. However, he did not care about this at all. He only stared at the other side, at the figure that was still standing. He did not expect that the final result would be like this. Even though he had used the killing move of the Taiyan technique, the burning sky flame, he did not secure victory. Instead, it seemed that both sides had suffered. At the same time, Yan Chutian was panting heavily. However, at this moment, he did not feel depressed at all. Instead, he was unable to suppress his joy. Sure enough, his strength had increased by a lot. At least before, even if he fully activated the 5 fragmentary stars mark, he would still be slightly weaker than his opponent. However, this was normal. After all, the Taiyan technique was not an ordinary technique. Cough cough, he coughed lightly, but unexpectedly, a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. However, Yan Chutian did not care about this at all. He only cupped his hands towards Hu Yuan and said, "Senior brother Hu Yuan, I admit it." Seeing this, Hu Yuan had no choice but to cup his hands even though he was shocked. It was undeniable that his opponent, who was only at the 3rd level of the Yuaniing technique, had reached the same level as him in terms of strength. However, no matter what, Hu Yuan was still unwilling to admit defeat. After all, his opponent was only at the 3rd level of the Yuaniing technique, while he, who was at the 7th level of the Yuaniing technique, was unable to defeat him. Therefore, before he left the battle stage, he unconsciously left a sentence behind. The outcome of today's battle has yet to be decided. However, it will be decided in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped up and left the battle stage. Looking at Hu Yuan's figure leaving the battle stage, Yan Chutian finally let out a long sigh of relief. Hu Yuan gave him a good feeling. At least, he did not dislike him as much as Zhao Han and Guohong. More importantly, through this battle, he was able to understand his own strength. Cough cough, however, just as Yan Chutian was thinking about this, the corner of his mouth twitched again. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, which made him shake his head helplessly. In order to accurately understand his own strength, he had paid a heavy price. After recovering slightly, Yan Chutian also leaped out of the battle stage and headed towards his cave residence. However, he would never have thought that he would see an extremely familiar figure at the mountain gate leading to his cave residence. That seemed to be Brother Yan. Along with the young girl's clear laughter, Yan Chutian saw a young girl's face that couldn't be more familiar. This young girl was none other than Cher. Yan Chutian exclaimed in surprise as he arrived beside the young girl. However, compared to him, Cher's originally joyful mood instantly became extremely nervous. This was because she could see and feel that Yan Chutian had suffered many injuries. He had just experienced an intense battle. "Brother Yan, what's wrong with you? Are you all right?" the young girl asked anxiously. Hearing the young girl's worried words and her anxious face, Yan Chutian's heart was filled with warmth. Of course, Yan Chutian didn't want Cher to worry, so he shook his head gently and said with a faint smile, "It's nothing, I just fought with someone on the battle stage." "Who?" Cher quickly asked. Immediately, a thick murderous intent flowed out of her. Even though she sensed that something was wrong with her and hurriedly retracted her baleful aura, Yan Chutian was still able to catch a glimpse of it. This caused Yan Chutian to be slightly stunned, but he immediately understood that Cher was different from before. She had also experienced a war of blood and fire. Yen Chutian naturally wouldn't hate this. After all, he was very clear that in the heaven realm, a place where the strong preyed on the weak, although being weak wasn't a sin, it would become a reason for others to bully and humiliate you. However, even if Cher wanted to know more, Yen Chutian didn't tell her who he fought with. After all, this was his own matter and he didn't need others to stand up for him. Seeing that Yen Chutian didn't want to say, Cher didn't ask anymore. Instead, she directly supported the former and stepped into his cave residence. In fact, Yen Chutian's injuries weren't that serious. However, looking at Cher's careful look, he subconsciously felt that he had been seriously injured. Moreover, even after entering the cave residence, Cher didn't let Yen Chutian recover alone. Instead, she sat behind him and used her own strength to nourish his body bit by bit. Yen Chutian wanted to refuse, but he couldn't persuade Cher and could only agree. While being nourished by the young girl, Yen Chutian didn't do nothing. Instead, he slightly sensed the former's cultivation. After sensing it, even he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This was because Cher's cultivation had already stepped into the quasi-fifth level of the Yuanying realm. Genius remembered the address of this site in 1 second. Sogu Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 621. P.S. After the assessment, it will be the intersect chapter. It's not very well written, and it's even very immature. However, if you have friends who read books, please subscribe to this book. Blue Sky thanks. Yen Chutian knew that Cher's cultivation was weak at the beginning, and she had to rely on his protection all the way. But now, in terms of cultivation, she had surpassed him. Even though he knew that it was because he deliberately suppressed his realm, he still couldn't help but sigh. This was the advantage of having outstanding talent. What's more, Yen Chutian could vaguely sense that Cher's cultivation was not simple. He was afraid that she was just like him, and couldn't be judged by her appearance. Under the nourishment of the young girl's spiritual energy, Yen Chutian's injuries were almost completely healed in less than half a day. Seeing this, Cher stretched out her hand and dispersed the spiritual power in her palm. At the same time, there was a touch of tiredness that was difficult to hide between her eyebrows. However, as if she didn't want to worry Yen Chutian, she quickly hid her tiredness and revealed a happy expression. "Brother Yen, are you almost recovered?" "Yes." Yen Chutian nodded gently. He knew that Cher was tired, but he didn't say it directly. Instead, he closed his eyes slightly and sat down cross-legged, as if to continue his own recuperation. Seeing this, how could Cher disturb him? Moreover, she was also slightly tired at this time, so she sat cross-legged beside Yen Chutian and quietly recovered. After another half a day, the two of them woke up one after another from sitting cross-legged. Even if she didn't notice it before, Cher understood at this time. The reason why Yen Chutian sat cross-legged and recuperated was most likely because of him. This made her heart warm, but she didn't say anything because she knew that between her and Yen Chutian there was no need to say thank you. The two of them opened their eyes one after another, and Yen Chutian immediately asked about her experience with Luoyu. Cher naturally told him everything she knew. Yen Chutian couldn't help but worry when he heard the girl's many thrilling experiences. When he heard that she had opened the legendary clear heart, his eyes were filled with unconcealable shock. It was not that Yen Chutian was making a fuss over nothing. It was just that Ming Xian's existence was too rare. Furthermore, its effects were simply too powerful. After all, if one had a clear heart, theoretically speaking, as long as one had enough cultivation resources, one could break through to the next realm endlessly. However, apart from the shock, Yen Chutian's expression tightened. Because he knew very well that an ordinary man was innocent, but treasuring a jade ring would arouse the envy of others. If news of Cher opening her mind were to spread, it would inevitably arouse the covetous eyes of others. Even some hidden experts might appear. because for those who were stuck in a certain realm for decades or even centuries without being able to break through, wasn't Ming Xin an excellent opportunity? Share, open your eyes. How many people know about Ming Xin? Hearing Yan Chutian's solemn words, how could Shui not know what he was worried about? Therefore, she hurriedly put on a solemn expression and slowly said, "So far, only Brother Yan and Senior Sister Luo know that I have opened my mind." "Luo Yu," Yan Chutian whispered, and the beautiful figure of a woman unconsciously appeared in his mind. However, even if he didn't know much about Luo Yu, from the limited contact he had with her, he felt that she shouldn't be a bad person. Therefore, after thinking for a while, he didn't say much. He only told the girl to be careful and not reveal the news of Ming Xin to anyone else. With regards to Yan Chutian's instructions, not to mention Shui knew the pros and cons of it, let alone her big brother Yan's instructions. How could she not obey? Therefore, Cher nodded her head repeatedly, and then asked about Yan Chutian's experiences in the past few days with great interest. Although she had already heard about the glory that Yan Chutian had displayed in the Firmament God Palace from Luo Yu, it couldn't compare to hearing it from the other party's mouth. Yan Chutian naturally wouldn't refuse. After organizing his thoughts, he slowly told Cher about his experiences in the past few days. For half a day, Cher listened to Yan Chutian's narration. This made the latter feel a little embarrassed, because Yan Chutian didn't feel that his experience was that exciting. When Yan Chutian's narration finally stopped, it was already the dawn of the second day. However, the girl's fair face still didn't show the slightest bit of tiredness, and was still full of energy. This caused Yan Chutian to smile and shake his head. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly asked, "Oh right, Cher, you didn't return for the entire night." Luo Yu, Yan Chutian still remembered clearly that ever since the other party made the bet with him, she had always been strict with Cher. Something like this where Cher didn't return for the entire night was something that had never happened before. Hearing this, Cher wasn't surprised at all. However, at this moment, she unconsciously revealed a sense of confidence. "Brother Yan, don't look at how Cher is only at the 5th level of the Yuanying realm. Even Senior Sister Luo Yu, who is at the 7th level of the Yuanying realm, can't easily do anything to me." Hearing these words, Yan Chutian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As expected, Cher's current strength was just like his own. It couldn't be measured by the surface. Thinking about it, it made sense. After all, she had opened Ming Xian's extremely rare and strange eyes. However, Cher didn't seem to have finished speaking as she continued. "Moreover, Senior Sister Luo, you should also know about your performance in the Firmament God Palace. Therefore, perhaps Senior Sister has no choice but to admit in her heart that you already have the possibility of entering the inner sect." Hearing this, Yan Chutian understood even more clearly. With Luo Yu's identity, even if she was outside the Firmament God Palace, it wouldn't be strange for her to know about the news inside the palace. Moreover, the current him did indeed have the ability to enter the inner sect. The only reason why he was confident was because he was still considering whether it was possible for him to obtain the position of the champion of the assessment. Thinking to this point, Yan Chutian suddenly thought of something, and immediately looked at Cher with an extremely excited expression. Because he suddenly thought that if he wanted to improve, wouldn't Ming Xian be the best choice? Meeting Yan Chutian's fiery gaze, Cher's white cheeks suddenly flushed slightly. However, no one knew what exactly she was thinking at this moment. Cher had never rejected Yan Chutian. Even if he wanted to cultivate with Ming Xian, it was the same. Therefore, in the following time, Yan Chutian gradually passed by under the illumination of Cher's Ming Xin. However, Yan Chutian was also very clear about the exhaustion of Ming Xin. Therefore, he used Ming Xin to cultivate for at most an hour every day before it ended. However, even if it was so scattered, after a long period of accumulation, he still couldn't help but sigh at the power of Ming Xian. This was just like his spiritual eye. The spiritual eye had an incomparable auxiliary power in the array Dao, and Ming Xian's use in cultivation was incomparably huge. At the same time, as time continued to pass, the assessment that the entire outer sect paid attention to was finally approaching. It was no wonder that this assessment would cause such a huge commotion. After all, the top 8 of the assessment were qualified to enter the inner sect. And to be able to enter the inner sect was the hope of all the outer sect disciples in the entire Firmament God Palace. When the day of the assessment finally arrived, the sky in the distance was just turning white. Countless outer sect disciples rushed to the huge square that was the focus of attention. As for the square, there were already areas that had been opened up. Among them, the area at the top of the square was a place that no one dared to set foot in. Because that was the place where the higher-ups of the Firmament God Palace would descend, and even the higher-ups of the inner sect would descend. Such a noble big shot was enough to make all the outer sect disciples revere. At the same time, Yan Chutian didn't rush over so early. At this moment, he was still sitting in the depths of the cave residence, and Cher was walking around the entrance of the cave residence somewhat anxiously. Before this, she had never experienced such a grand event. As she waited, the sky became brighter and brighter. Cher's heart also became more and more anxious as the sky became brighter. Until a certain moment, when she couldn't help but want to call out to Yan Chutian, the originally silent aura in the depths of the cave residence suddenly became turbulent. Then, when the turbulence calmed down, Cher finally saw that familiar figure. "Brother Yan, you've finally come out," Cher said in surprise. Yan Chutian's closed-door cultivation this time began after the illumination of Ming Xian 5 days ago. Before this, she was really worried that the former would miss the assessment because of his closed-door cultivation. Hearing this, Yan Chutian smiled indifferently. Then, he slightly raised his gaze. The flickering light in his eyes seemed to be able to see through the cave residence and see the bustling outer sect square. Add a bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 6:22. Swoosh! Swoosh! The sound of wind breaking could be heard from the outer gate of the Firmament God Palace, which was now the center of attention. When Yan Chutian and Cher finally arrived at the periphery of the square, they could not help but be shocked by the scene in front of them. Yan Chutian was not surprised. After all, he had seen too many big scenes. However, Cher was different. It was no exaggeration to say that this was the biggest scene she had ever seen. However, she was no longer the young girl she used to be. Although she was shocked, she quickly hid her emotions and calmed down. After the two of them arrived, there was a lot of discussion around them. At first, Yan Chutian did not care. He only thought that they were talking about him. However, when he sensed that most of the discussion was directed at Cher, a strange expression appeared on his face. At the same time, Cher seemed to have seen through Yan Chutian's emotions. She immediately said in a low voice, "When I came back, I met a bad guy who dared to insult you behind your back. I accidentally taught him a lesson. Are you okay?" "I'm fine. That guy started it, so he was the one who got punished in the end." Cher shook her head repeatedly. Her pretty face was delicate and cute. Then, she seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly continued, "That bad guy's cultivation isn't weak. He's already at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. Furthermore, when he insulted Big Brother Yan, he even mentioned Guohong. Big Brother Yan, do you know this Guohong?" Hearing Shui Er's words, how could Yan Chutian not think that the guy she was dealing with should be Guohong's lackey? However, it did not matter. Guohong had been aggressive towards him. Cher had taught one of his lackeys a lesson. It was fine as long as she was not affected by it. Just as Yan Chutian and Cher were talking, a familiar aura slowly descended beside him. As for the owner of this aura, who else could it be other than Mu Yoshue? However, unlike before, Mu Yoshue did not greet Yan Chutian this time. Instead, she took the initiative to look at the petite figure beside the ladder. At the same time, Cher looked over with a slightly puzzled look in her beautiful eyes. Their gazes met in midair, and there was actually a faint smell of gunpowder in the air. Cher was no longer the young girl she used to be. After looking at each other for a few breaths, she subconsciously moved closer to Yan Chutian. Then, she slowly said in a voice that Mu Yoshue could hear, "Brother Yan, who is she?" Cough cough, I forgot to introduce you. This is Mu Yoshue. Yan Chutian coughed dryly and hurriedly replied. However, before he could finish his words, Mu Yoshue's clear and cold voice slowly rang out. Although her voice's voice, it was not. For some reason, Yan Chutian felt that there was an indescribable meaning behind it. After hearing the name Mu Yoshue, Cher gradually understood the former's identity. However, even if she knew, she did not have a good impression of the other party. Perhaps it was due to a woman's naturally sharp senses, but she had already faintly sensed that this woman's attitude towards Yan Chutian was not normal. So it's Senior Sister Mu. In that case, Cher will first thank Senior Sister Mu for taking care of Brother Yan while I was away. Cher said indifferently. The expression and attitude revealed in her words was no longer the shy girl she had when she was with Yan Chutian. Instead, it revealed a domineering aura. It was not that Mu Yoshue did not know that Yan Chutian had such a sister, but she had never seen her before. However, with her eyesight, she could naturally see that the two of them were not related by blood. Also, Cher's attitude towards Yan Chutian could not be measured by the relationship between siblings. However, the temperament she had developed over the years would not allow her to argue with the former here. Hence, she only nodded indifferently. However, her reaction seemed to make Cher's reaction even more intense. The hostility that could be considered to be hidden was inadvertently revealed. At the critical moment, Yan Chutian hurriedly stood up to smooth things over, alleviating the tension between the two. He could tell that Cher seemed to be hostile towards Mu Yoshue because of him. However, the examination was imminent and there was no time to think about this. Hence, Yan Chutian hurriedly changed the topic and asked Mu Yoshue about the examination. However, even Mu Yoshue did not seem to have any information about the examination. It was at this moment that the atmosphere suddenly became extremely heated. At the beginning, Yan Chutian thought that a higher-up had arrived. However, when he looked over, he discovered that it was actually Luo Yu who had descended in the middle of the crowd. However, Yan Chutian had already expected that Luo Yu could cause such a commotion. After all, the former was not only extremely talented and powerful, but more importantly, her status in the Firmament God Palace was extremely high. In addition to her beautiful appearance and figure, it was extremely difficult for such a proud daughter of heaven to not cause an uproar in the crowd. After glancing at Luo Yu a few times, Yan Chutian withdrew his gaze. Hence, he did not know that Luo Yu's gaze was faintly discernible. At the same time, although Cher faintly sensed the former's gaze and had a good relationship with Luo Yu, she did not think that Luo Yu would be interested in her. Hence, she, who had chosen to follow Yan Chutian, only nodded indifferently in response. However, she felt that because of the bet, Yan Chutian should not have a good impression of Luo Yu. Not long after his gaze landed on Luo Yu, Yan Chutian finally saw the figure that could be considered as his greatest enemy. This figure was none other than Guo Hong. Speaking of which, the enmity between him and Guo Hong at the beginning was completely unwarranted. However, unknowingly, it had become increasingly intense. However, Yan Chutian did not care about this. On the contrary, the existence of such an opponent might be a good thing. After all, without him, he would probably be lonely in the following assessment. At the same time, as if he sensed Yan Chutian's gaze, Guo Hong, who was surrounded by the crowd, could not help but slowly raise his head and sweep an indifferent gaze over. When his gaze landed on Yan Chutian, there was even a trace of undisguised arrogance that slowly revealed itself. In his eyes, Yan Chutian was only a small character. Even if there was a certain degree of threat, as long as he was not given the time to grow, it would be enough. Moreover, he had already made arrangements in this assessment to ensure that Lin Chutian would not even have the qualifications to enter the second round. Thinking till here, the corners of Guo Hong's mouth involuntarily pulled into a dark and cold smile. Subsequently, he withdrew his gaze and no longer looked at Yan Chutian. However, just as Guo Hong revealed his arrogance from the beginning to the end, he did not expect that the atmosphere of the crowd would suddenly become extremely lively once again. This kind of excitement did not surpass him, but also surpassed the appearance of the proud daughter of heaven, Luo Yu. His line of sight quickly turned over, and when he saw the thin figure, even though he was full of arrogance and overbearingness when facing Yan Chutian, he could no longer reveal the slightest bit of his arrogance when facing this figure. Sensing his reaction, as well as the movement of the crowd, Yan Chutian was naturally extremely curious. He was somewhat unable to imagine just what kind of person's appearance would actually cause the incomparably arrogant Guo Hong to reveal such a reaction. However, he quickly thought of it. Moreover, he also heard that name from the numerous exclamations of the crowd. This thin figure was the publicly acknowledged number 1 disciple of the outer sect, Yi Linlang. Looking over, the person who appeared under the gazes of tens of thousands of people was a slender and thin figure. The figure's clothes were simple, and his face also revealed a gentleness within the simplicity. Yan Chutian was used to seeing many arrogant people relying on their cultivation. For a moment, he was somewhat unable to react. The number 1 disciple of the outer sect, Yi Linlang, actually had such an appearance. However, he was completely certain that even though Yi Linlang concealed his aura extremely well, he still smelled a sense of danger from his body. Even though the sense of threat was extremely faint, but after carefully sensing it, Yan Chutian could feel a sense of danger from it. It was much stronger than the unrestrained Guo Hong. From the looks of it, it was no wonder that Yi Linlang was publicly acknowledged as the number 1 disciple of the outer sect. Most likely, even Guo Hong would not be able to withstand a few moves from him. Therefore, Yan Chutian somewhat understood why a person like Guo Hong would be so arrogant. Most likely, after being oppressed by Yi Linlang for so long, without a place to release it, his mind was distorted. Genius remembered this site's address in a second. Sogu Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 623. Senior brother Yi has always been elusive and rarely shows his face. Today, he finally appeared. Of course, even if it's senior brother Yi, it's impossible for him not to want to enter the inner sect. I think senior brother Yi will definitely be able to take the first place in today's assessment. After all, senior brother Yi's strength has always been unparalleled. Yeah, I really want to see senior brother Yi make a move. I just don't know if there will be such a chance today. Complicated discussions sounded out from all directions. Even though there was no rule on what cultivation level 1 could participate in the assessment, those with weak cultivation levels would still be unable to participate. However, the weaker disciples knew their limits and did not participate. Instead, they stood around the square and looked at the crowd nervously. Moreover, the only new disciples who participated in the inner sect assessment were Yan Chutian and Sher. However, the two of them had proven themselves one after another. Yan Chutian had overcome all obstacles and become famous. Sher, on the other hand, had disappeared for a period of time. As soon as she returned, she had publicly suppressed an old disciple at the 6th level of the Yuanying sect. He didn't even have the strength to fight back. In the eyes of the crowd, even if the two of them didn't have the chance to enter the inner sect, they would still be able to hone themselves in such a grand event. In this way, it could be considered an extremely good experience. Dong. Just as the atmosphere of the crowd was getting more and more heated, the ancient sound of a bell finally resounded between heaven and earth. Accompanied by the rumbling sound of the bell, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the empty space above the square. The glaring and scarlet crack in the sky slowly tore open. In an instant, The pressure that spread out was enough to make many outer sect disciples tremble in fear. After the crack in the sky was torn open, a red-haired figure walked out from it. Such an appearance allowed Yen Chutian to immediately confirm his identity. This person should be from the blood-spirit lineage of the inner sect. To be able to appear at such a time, he was probably at least an elder. The moment the red-haired figure appeared, a sharp sword light suddenly appeared beside him. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough to shock countless people. This was because in the eyes of many disciples, such a sword light was probably able to tear the sky and earth apart. Overlord sword lineage, Yen Chutian whispered in his heart. As expected, a figure wearing a sword robe walked out from the gap torn open by the sword light. This was probably an elder of the Overlord sword lineage of the inner sect. Haha, for such a matter, the Tianyang lineage naturally has to be present. Just as the crowd was in shock, the voice of an old man with a faint smile suddenly rang out between heaven and earth. Following that, suddenly, a white-haired old man with golden light flashing all over his body appeared in the sky. He had already introduced himself, so Yen Chutian did not have to think about it. But looking at the elder of the Tianyang lineage, his eyes could not help but flicker. Thinking about it, the Tianyang lineage should be the overlord of the inner sect now, right? After all, even when he was still alive, the overall strength of his master Yun Tian lineage was not comparable to that of the Tianyang lineage. It was completely because of his existence that the Tianyang lineage could not dominate, because only he was worthy of being one of the top 10 geniuses in the entire heaven realm. However, since his death, even if the news of his death did not spread in the heaven realm, the Tianyang lineage had probably sensed something. Yen Chutian did not think that at this time, they would not want to take the opportunity to dominate the firmament palace. Back to the topic, in a short period of time, the elders of the 3 lineages of the inner sect had appeared one after another. Such a lineup was enough to make the entire outer sect boil. Although it was not that the outer sect did not have elders of the same level, or rather, the same level of cultivation, the words from the inner sect were always particularly eye-catching. At this moment, even Guo Hong's eyes were burning. He stared intently at the elder of the Tianyang lineage. Even if he was an outer sect disciple, he knew that the Tianyang lineage had the intention of dominating the inner sect of the firmament palace. Therefore, how could he not want to join the Tianyang lineage? But he also knew that it would not be easy to join the Tianyang lineage. After all, only the champion of the examination had the right to choose which lineage to join. And the one standing in front of him was the mountain of Yi Linlang. No matter how much he prepared, he did not dare to say that he could defeat Yi Linlang and become the champion. Thinking of this, Guo Hong could not help but grit his teeth slightly. Then, he looked at the thin figure not far away with a serious gaze. However, the latter did not seem to notice his gaze and remained indifferent. But Guo Hong knew very well that it was not that the other party did not notice, but that he was directly ignored. Damn it! Therefore, Guo Hong could not help but secretly clench his right fist. His heart was filled with anger because of this. In his opinion, Yi Linlang was too arrogant. However, he had completely forgotten that when he did this, he would make many disciples feel even more inferior and angry. He looks like I'm not too late. At this moment, a woman's charming laughter suddenly sounded in the sky. Many pairs of eyes looked over and saw an extremely beautiful woman with a graceful figure slowly walking out of the spatial passageway. Unlike Shui Luoyu and the other geniuses, this woman that walked out already possessed an extremely mature aura, and every single frown and smile of hers was extremely charming. Thus, numerous young male disciples couldn't help but stare straight at her, and there were even some parts of their bodies that aroused feelings of embarrassment. However, everyone knew that this woman who could walk out from the sky was not someone they could touch. She was probably another elder of the inner sect. Although this female elder was alluring, Yen Chutian did not look at her. After all, he was not someone who would be moved by beauty. However, beside him, Cher could not help but raise her beautiful eyes and stare for a long time. Then, she lowered her head and looked at her chest. There would be no harm if there was no comparison. Immediately, the young girl felt that she did not have much capital to speak of. She was no longer the same as before. Naturally, she knew that other than appearance, there was nothing else that could attract men. In her opinion, if she was a little older, Brother Yen would definitely like her more. However, there was no need to worry. She was still young and still had time. Unlike Mu Yoshua, who had already lost her chance. The elders of the 4 inner sect factions appeared one after another. However, this should be the limit. After all, this was a matter of the outer sect. It was extremely rare for the elders of the 8 inner sect factions to appear. Most of them were watching from afar. Therefore, in the next moment, the upper echelon elders of the outer sect slowly appeared. The 4 outer sect elders simultaneously drew out the power in their bodies. At the intersection of their power, a palm-sized mountain range appeared. However, under the convergence of their power, the space in front of the mountain range quickly distorted. Then, a spatial door was opened. At the same time, an outer sect elder slowly announced the rules. This is the spatial mountain. The entrance door has been opened by us. Within this mountain, there are 256 mountain paths. Every path leads directly to a stone platform. It is also a symbol of your qualifications to enter the next round. At the same time, life and death within the spatial mountain does not matter. If you are unable to shout out the 2 words "admit defeat" in time, it will be the time of your death. In just a few words, the rules were clearly introduced. At the very least, the last sentence added a hint of bloodlust to the first round of the examination. However, it was understandable. After all, growth was a bloody path. If one did not experience killing and blood, how could one grow into a true expert? In fact, the rules of the Firmament God Palace were considered mild. Yen Chutian, who had snuck into the deity realm, was very clear about this. In the world of the deity realm, there was no reason to speak of. Everything was decided by strength. However, although there was such a bloody rule, it did not reduce the enthusiasm of the crowd in the slightest. As a result, when the elders completely opened the spatial mountain, the crowd was like a tide, surging towards the door. At this time, it was no longer important whether they could enter the spatial mountain at the same time. Yen Chutian was very clear that when they stepped in, they would definitely be randomly teleported. Therefore, he only nodded towards Cher and Mu Yoshua, who were beside him. After telling the 2 to be careful, he merged into the crowd. Seeing this, whether it was Mu Yoshua or Cher, naturally, they did not hesitate at all. They followed the former's figure and rushed into the surging crowd. The test that everyone had been looking forward to was finally about to begin. Genius remembered the address of this site in 1 second. Sogu Mobile Version Website. Chapter 624. Hua! A sharp sound of breaking wind resounded in his ears. When everything in front of him became clear again, Yen Chutian suddenly realized that he was already at the bottom of a stone staircase that seemed to lead to the heavens. At the same time, figures continuously appeared beside him. These were all the people that had entered the space mountain. However, compared to the scene in front of the entrance, the number of people that appeared in front of this stone staircase was clearly much fewer. After all, there were a total of 256 stone platforms at the top of the space mountain, which meant that there were 256 paths. No matter how many people there would be a lot fewer people under such distribution. Since the rules were so simple and clear, Yen Chutian naturally wouldn't hesitate. He immediately stepped on his right foot and his figure was like a breeze as he headed straight for the top of the stone staircase. At the same time, not only on this stone staircase, but on every one of the 256 stone stairs of the space mountain, there were already figures flashing as they headed straight for the top of the mountain. This scene could be easily seen by all the disciples outside through the many light screens that appeared in the plaza. However, no matter how many light screens there were only a few that were the most eye-catching. Just like the light screen where Yi Linlang was, or the scene where Luoyu was. At the same time, even if one flew up the stone stairs of the mountain, even if they instantly climbed more than 1,000 feet, the top of the mountain still seemed to be far away. Under such circumstances, there were finally some disciples who chose not to blindly climb the mountain and began to chase away the other disciples. After all, the stone platform at the top of the mountain would not disappear. Since they couldn't reach it in a short period of time, they might as well eliminate their competitors first. Thus, very quickly, one after another, extremely intense battles appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This scene made the spectating disciples even more excited. This was because what they were looking forward to was not such a hardy battle. Yan Chutian's reputation was not small. Thus, even though his cultivation seemed to only be at the 3rd level of the Yuanying school, the disciples with lower cultivation did not act rashly against him. However, he was also very clear that even if this situation could last for a moment, someone would eventually appear and break it. As expected by Yan Chutian, an ear-piercing whistling sound suddenly came from behind him. He suddenly turned around and dodged. The attack came with a ferocious momentum. It directly blasted a huge hole in the ground where Yan Chutian was dodging. Looking over, it was a young man. His cultivation was not weak either, and he was already at the peak of Yuanying level 5. In this place, everyone only had one target. Thus, Yan Chutian did not say anything. He only stomped his right foot heavily and suddenly shot towards him. Boom! Yan Chutian's fist landed, but his opponent similarly dodged it. Therefore, Yan Chutian's attack only blasted open the mountain behind him. The commotion caused by the fight between the two immediately attracted a lot of attention. Yan Chutian's reputation had spread far and wide. That young man was one of the best in this crowd. Senior brother Ning Ke has attacked Yan Yun. Senior brother Ning Ke has already reached the peak of Yuanying level 5. His mixed yuan skill is even more mysterious and powerful. I'm afraid that he might even be able to fight against a level 6 cultivator. Speaking of which, Yan Yun is not simple either. He is a new disciple, but he has actually reached this stage. What's so great about him? He is just lucky to have met senior brother Ning Quebec. His true colors are about to be exposed. That makes sense. What you hear may be false, but seeing is believing. If Yan Yun is really as powerful as the rumors say, now is naturally the time for him to show his true colors. Many discussions rang out on the mountain path. The battle between Yan Chutian and Ning Ke had already become the focus of attention. Let's end this quickly. Ning Ke did not seem to care about the discussions of the crowd. He only stared at Yan Chutian and said indifferently. As for his words, Yan Chutian naturally couldn't ask for anything more. After all, it was not a good thing to waste too much energy on this mountain path. The real battle would definitely erupt in front of the stone platform at the top of the mountain. Therefore, the crowd saw that both of them were rapidly gathering their strength. It was obvious that they wanted to end the battle quickly and decide the victor with one move. Ning Ke stepped lightly on the ground. Suddenly, a layer of pale yellow light spread out from his slender body. This power was none other than the mixed yuan skill. When the primordial chaos light circle extended to a certain extent, it abruptly shrank in the next moment. Then, all the power surged into Ning Ke's palm. Then, Ning Ke slowly raised his hand, and the indifferent but domineering words slowly rang out from his mouth. Mixed yuan sky fu hand. Boom! He slowly raised his palm, and at the moment Ning Ke finished his last word, he suddenly waved it down. The moment he waved his hand, an indescribable majestic power erupted like a torrential flood. Wherever the power passed, whether it was the earth or space, everything was brutally torn apart. It went straight for Yan Chutian. It's actually the mixed yuan Skyfu hand. Senior brother Ning Ke has displayed this skill from the start. It seems that senior brother Ning does not want to waste any more time. Who below the 6th level of the Yuanying skill can block such a skill? That Yen Yun is unlucky. If he refuses to admit defeat, I'm afraid that it is not impossible for him to die under senior brother Ning's mixed yuan Skyfu hand. Seeing that the attack was coming, the waves were shocking. However, when this scene landed in Yen Chutian's eyes, it did not make him lose his composure. He did not deny that Ning Ke's attack was extremely strong. Unfortunately, he was no longer in the same state as before. There was no need for him to be afraid of such an attack. Therefore, under the gazes of many people, Yen Chutian only slowly raised his right palm. He did not dodge, as if he was going to face the mixed yuan Skyfu hand head-on. Yen Chutian's attitude immediately made many of the surrounding disciples look at him with ridicule. They secretly sighed that he was indeed going to puff himself up. Boom! At the same time, the attacks of the two sides finally collided violently. However, the result of the collision caused the expressions of those who were prepared to watch a good show to change drastically. Because after a few breaths of time, a figure was smashed out miserably. However, the figure that was smashed out was not the Yen Chutian that they had imagined, but Ning Ke. After a short moment of silence, many voices of disbelief sounded from all directions. How could they easily accept that Ning Ke, who had displayed the mixed yuan Skyfu hand, was actually defeated by Yen Yun? After smashing out miserably for over 100 feet, Ning Ke finally stopped his body from smashing down. At this time, his face was similarly filled with a thick expression of disbelief. After all, even he did not expect that he would actually be defeated by Yen Yun. However, he was not a sore loser. Therefore, he did not make any more fearless attack. Instead, he directly spoke in an indifferent manner. I admit defeat. However, what is this spiritual skill of yours? Compared to Guohong, Yen Chutian clearly admired a disciple with such a character like Ning Quebec. Therefore, he did not conceal anything. As he continued to rush towards the mountain peak, a reply had already landed by the former's ears. Mysterious Yang Hand. Mysterious Yang Hand huh? At the same time, Ning Ke softly muttered. He allowed the teleportation energy to envelop him and was sent away from the mountain in the blink of an eye. Seeing that Ning Ke had already been teleported away, many of the surrounding disciples finally recovered from their shock. The ordinary spectators were still fine, but those who had ridiculed Yen Chutian earlier were already speechless. Because the fact that Yen Chutian had defeated Ning Ke in one move was the best refutation to their ridicule. It was also like a ruthless slap to the face that they had taken the initiative to throw at them. The scene that happened here with Yen Chutian might not have attracted much attention among the many light screens in the outer court square. However, it had still attracted some gazes that had been paying attention to him all along. In the depths of the inner court, in the backyard of a hall, looking at the scene in the light screen before him, the old man's eyes moved slightly. Even though the silhouette in the image did not launch any powerful attacks, he was still able to realize something when he peered at the big picture through a tube. However, at the same time, the young girl sitting beside the old man snorted indifferently and said indifferently, "This little ability is nothing. It can't even compare to the power of array formation that he displayed. If his strength is limited to this, then in this assessment that is unfavorable to array formation disciples, there is simply no possibility of him entering the top 8. Add a bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 6:25. The old man did not say anything as he listened to the young girl's reasonable explanation. He only quietly looked at the screen of light behind the stone table. On the screen of light, the young man who had been continuously advancing had once again stopped on the mountain path. Obviously, he had encountered a new problem. Inside the space mountain, looking at the black figure in front of him, Yen Chutian's eyes narrowed slightly. This was because he could clearly sense that the person in front of him was much stronger than Ning Quebec. The other party had already stepped into the 6th level of Yuanying. At the same time, meeting Yan Chutian's gaze, a trace of contempt flashed across the black figure's face as he slowly opened his mouth. I didn't expect that Ning Ke would not be your match even without the help of the formation. At this point, his tone suddenly changed as he sneered mockingly. Haha, you are indeed trash. Hearing this, how could Yan Chutian not understand that the black figure in front of him was indirectly insulting him? However, his expression did not change at all. This was because he had encountered many such situations along the way. How could a few mere insults affect his heart? Seeing this, the black figure's eyes narrowed slightly. Clearly, he was surprised that Yan Chutian's reaction was so flawless. However, it did not matter. With his strength, dealing with the person in front of him was an easy task. However, he did not expect that such a person who had taken the opportunity to show off would actually be able to make Guohong personally invite him. In the next moment, the power of qi rapidly gathered at the center of his palm, following which an extremely vast and boundless qi crazily spread towards the surrounding area. At the same time as the shocking scene unfolded, there were already many gazes from the surrounding area that had gathered over. When these gazes saw the two people in front of them, there were immediately many discussions and whispers. Senior Zhou Hai has also made his move. This Yen Yun is really troublesome. He has not even reached the mountain peak, but he has already attracted Senior Zhou Hai. Senior Zhou Hai is already at the 6th level of Yuanying. Although Yen Yun defeated Ning Ke, I am afraid that he is not Senior Zhou Hai's match. You can't say that. Didn't Yen Yun also make a shocking reversal in an instant? Plus, he is the number 1 in the array assessment. His array skills are definitely not weak. Let's wait and see. We'll know who's stronger in the end. Perhaps it was because Zhou Hai had defeated Ning Ke so cleanly earlier. Even though most of the people were still optimistic about Zhou Hai, at least they were not as one-sided as before. At the same time, the two people on the mountain path were already fighting fiercely. With Ning Ke as an example, Zhou Haisher was extremely ruthless and showed no mercy. However, as they continued to exchange blows, his expression gradually turned ugly. Because of the other party. He didn't feel forced at all when he was parrying. Instead, his defense was watertight, and he couldn't find any flaws. This made Zhou Hai's face turn gloomy. He somewhat understood why even Ning Ke had been defeated by him. Hey, you do have some ability. No wonder you could make Guohong's own senior brother ask me to defeat you. They collided once again. Zhou Hai's cold voice that only the two of them could hear rang out softly. He thought that when he mentioned Guohong, the guy in front of him should be a little distracted. However, he didn't expect that Yan Chutian's eyes only moved slightly when he heard his words. As he retreated, there were no flaws in his defense. However, a soft voice that only the two of them could hear slowly rang out from his mouth. Well, since you're Guohong's pawn, then after I defeat you, he should realize that I'm not someone to be trifled with, right? Zhou Hai's expression froze when he heard his soft voice. Then, he didn't bother to hide the thick sarcasm on his face. He didn't expect Zhou Hai to be so arrogant. Do you think that defeating Ning Ke is a big deal? He's only at the peak of level 5 of Yuanying, but I, Zhou Hai, am at level 6 of Yuanying. Yan Chutian didn't reply when he heard Zhou Hai's sarcastic words. Instead, he laughed indifferently in his heart. Level 6 of Yuanying? It's not like I haven't beaten you before. When he saw Yan Chutian's indifferent expression, as if he didn't care about his words at all, Zhou Hai's heart burned with anger. He no longer hesitated as the surging energy within his body gathered and continuously surged into his arms. This caused numerous dark red magma-like patterns to continuously appear on his arms. It seems that your good luck has made you ungrateful. Today let me, Zhou Hai, beat you awake, you fool. Scarlet flame arm. A fierce shout resounded in the air. When the last word left his mouth, a magma-like power surged into the sky from his arms that were abruptly slapped downwards. The power intertwined in the air, and finally condensed into a scarlet palm that slammed toward Yan Chutian. Zhou Hai's attack was obviously quite famous among the crowd, so as soon as it appeared, it caused a lot of discussion. Scarlet flame arm. This is a powerful spiritual skill that is almost at the demonic grade. I didn't expect Senior Zhou Hai to have cultivated the Scarlet Flame arm to such a level. Will Yan Yun be able to withstand such power? Yan Chutian's eyes didn't move as he looked at the Scarlet Flame arm that was slamming toward him. He still said the same thing to Ning Quebec. Ning Ke was no longer the same as before. If Ning Ke still wanted to use his cultivation to suppress him, he would be a fool. Dream on. When the magma arm finally came crashing down, under the many gazes, Yan Chutian slowly raised his right fist and punched out, colliding head-on with the magma arm. The two obviously disproportionate fist prints slammed into each other. It was comical and made many people worried that Yan Chutian would be directly smashed into pieces by the Scarlet Flame arm. However, when the ripples gradually subsided, the crowd saw that the seemingly small figure under the Scarlet Flame arm didn't move at all. On the other hand, the Scarlet Flame arm completely collapsed from the inside after a short silence. However, this wasn't the end. When the Scarlet Flame arm completely collapsed, an indescribable power surged toward Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai didn't even have the time to recover from the collapse of his Scarlet Flame arm. How could he have the strength to resist such an attack? Therefore, he was immediately bombarded by this power like a dead dog and directly smashed to the foot of the mountain. No one knew if he was dead or alive. When all the movements completely subsided, the crowd seemed to have recovered from the shock. The moment they regained their senses, there were countless gasps, followed by many exclamations. No one expected that even Zhou Hai, who was at the 6th level of the Yuanying division, would be so easily defeated by Yan Chutian. At this moment, many people rejoiced. Fortunately, they didn't underestimate the other party because of the previous incident. Otherwise, they would have been ruthlessly slapped in the face again. Being slapped in the face once could be said to be ignorant, but if it was the same for the second time, it would seem a little stupid. At the same time, Yan Chutian, who was slowly retracting his right fist, didn't even look at Zhou Hai, who was smashed to the foot of the mountain. If it was any other ordinary disciple, he definitely wouldn't be so arrogant and make the other party lose so embarrassingly. However, who asked him to be sent by Guohong, so he couldn't blame him. He used his crushing defeat to tell Guohong that he was no longer the same person as before. As one of the top 10 geniuses of the Heaven Realm and the number 1 disciple of the Firmament God Palace, Yan Chutian had his own pride, especially when he was threatened by an outer court disciple. After defeating Zhou Hai, Yan Chutian could clearly feel that the top of the mountain was right in front of him. This also meant that the second round's quota was right in front of him. However, he didn't know what kind of opponents would be waiting for him in front of this quota. With this thought in mind, Yan Chutian no longer hesitated. He immediately stepped on the mountain path with one foot, leaving a mark on the stone step. He immediately shot out and rushed straight to the top of the mountain. At the same time, looking at Yan Chutian's exploding figure, the disciples behind him hurriedly followed. At this point, they no longer had any hope of competing for the final spot on this mountain path. However, this didn't stop them. They were looking forward to the final battle at the top of the mountain. They also wanted to know if Yan Chutian, who had such an astonishing performance, could obtain the final spot on this mountain path. Bookmark for easy reading. Chapter 6:26. Cold winds blew at the top of the mountain, and in the sky above the mountain, there was a stone platform suspended high up. Needless to say, only by ascending to this stone platform would one have the qualifications to enter the second round of the examination. But of course, the first person to ascend would not be able to occupy the seat. Only by ascending to the stone platform, and no one could shake it, would one be considered to have occupied the seat. Swish! Accompanied by the whistling sound of wind breaking, Yen Chutian finally reached the top of the mountain and appeared below the stone platform. Looking out, the top of the mountain was rather quiet. However, Yen Chutian was very clear that this silence was only the calm before the storm. As a result, Yen Chutian did not even scan with his spirit eye. Instead, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Since you have already prepared for a long time, why are you hiding at this time?" As Yen Chutian's voice slowly fell, in this silent mountain forest, there was finally a soft voice with a hint of surprise that slowly sounded between heaven and earth. "I originally thought that the one who would ascend to the top of the mountain to fight with me would be Zhou Hai. I never thought that even he would be defeated by you." Hearing this, Yen Chutian looked over and saw the figure of a long-haired young man dressed in a wide robe lazily leaning on the stone platform. The man's aura was not weak. Even if he did not show it, he was still stronger than Zhou Hai. Furthermore, with his eyesight, he could tell that the man in front of him was similar to Zhao Han, and was also a disciple of the Array Dao. However, Yen Chutian did not have any impression of him. It seemed that he did not participate in the Array Dao examination back then. As expected, he slowly muttered to himself, "Back then, I did not participate in the Array Dao examination for some reason. However, I did not expect that, under such a coincidence, you would actually become the champion. Oh right, I heard that you have a spirit eye. I wonder if you can see what the current situation is like for you?" Listening to the man's incessant words, Yen Chutian remained silent. However, this did not mean that he could not see his own situation. In fact, the moment he stepped onto the mountain top, he had already faintly sensed that there was probably a huge formation set up on the mountain top. However, even if he knew that it was a formation, Yen Chutian would still step in, because only by entering the formation could he break it. Seeing Yen Chutian remain silent, the man on the stone platform couldn't help but reveal a look of disdain and ridicule. "What, with your spiritual eye, you can't see what I've set up? It's just a small formation. Once you unleash it, you'll just have to break it." Before the man finished speaking, Yen Chutian's indifferent voice slowly rang out. Yen Chutian's words, without the slightest scruple, had naturally caused the man's expression to change. An unconcealable anger was constantly growing from the bottom of his heart. How could he tolerate the fact that the formation that he had spent so much effort to set up was actually called a small formation by someone else? As a result, the words he spoke next carried a wisp of unrestrained coldness. "Ha ha, a small formation. You're the first person who dares to say that the formation that I, Su Yan, set up is a small formation. Alright, let me see how exactly you're going to break my small formation." The moment Su Yan's voice sounded, an indescribable berserk force suddenly appeared on the originally calm mountain top. Of course, to put it more bluntly, the concealment of the force was torn apart. What appeared in front of everyone was a huge formation that stretched across the mountain top as if it was connected to the heavens. This is the 5 Dragons 4 Divisions formation. Senior Su Yan actually secretly set up such a shocking formation long ago. The 5 Dragons 4 Divisions formation. If this formation is fully unleashed, I'm afraid that even a quasi-Yuanying 7th level cultivator can be killed. Senior Su Yan may even be able to reach the top 8 and enter the inner sect. You can't say that. After all, it's not easy to set up a formation. In the second round of the competition, it's extremely difficult to set up a formation. But in short, that Yen Yun is out of luck. He actually insulted senior brother Su Yan's 5 Dragons 4 Divisions formation as a small formation. If this formation is fully unleashed, if he were to shout out and admit defeat a little slower, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to escape the fate of death. The moment Su Yan's formation appeared, it caused countless exclamations on the mountain path. This was because this formation was quite famous. More importantly, Su Yan, who had set up such a formation, seemed to be in an invincible position in everyone's eyes. It was extremely difficult for them to imagine what Yan Chutian could do to fight against the 5 dragons 4 divisions formation. At the same time, looking at the dazzling formation in front of him, even Yan Chutian had to admit that he felt a trace of threat. However, this did not make him afraid. Instead, it made him even more excited. Because honestly speaking, whether it was Ning Ke or Zhou Hai, they were not considered opponents to Yan Chutian. Only this 5 dragons 4 divisions formation in front of him finally made him feel threatened. 4 divisions evil suppression. At the same time, Su Yan suddenly let out a low cry. Immediately, the power of the 4 divisions contained within the formation surged like a river. As the 4 divisions charged, monstrous energy ripples swept up together, surging towards Yan Chutian to envelop him. Seeing this, Yan Chutian did not take it head-on. Instead, he immediately raised his arms and blocked in front of him. As he blocked with his arms, there was already a massive light screen crazily gathering around him, blocking the 4 guardian torrent that was charging towards him. Boom, boom, boom! Astonishing rumbling sounds continuously resounded. The huge light screen did not manage to block for long. In an instant, countless cracks appeared, climbing up like a spiderweb. This caused the crowd to involuntarily sigh. As expected, with the support of the formation, the power that a formation cultivator could unleash could only be described as terrifying. Seeing this scene, the corners of Su Yan's mouth curled into a sneer. Soon after, he did not want to give his opponent any time to breathe and immediately let out a cold cry. 5 dragons demon slaughter! Boom! Another huge force swept up. Previously, it was the power of the 4 divisions, but now it was the power of the 5 dragons. The 5 dragons came out together, stirring up an ocean-like flood as they continued to charge towards Yan Chutian. Boom! When the power of the 5 dragons surged down, it finally completely destroyed the light screen in front of Yan Chutian, drowning his body in the energy flood. In the eyes of countless people, Yan Chutian had already suffered a crushing defeat. However, at this moment, the crowd discovered that there was another monstrous force gathering above the formation. This time, it was no longer the 5 dragons that appeared in front of the flood. Or rather, it was not only the 5 dragons but also the 4 divisions. This was the 5 dragons and 4 divisions. 5 dragons and 4 divisions. Sure enough, Su Yan's sinister voice slowly rang out. This allowed the crowd to understand that Su Yan was truly angered. He had activated the 5 dragons and 4 divisions formation to its limit. Boom! At the same time, the 5 dragons and 4 divisions brought along an unparalleled flood and swallowed the land where Yan Chutian was. At this moment, in the eyes of the crowd, even if Yan Chutian had the ability to turn the world around, it would be difficult for him to turn the tables. It was even to say that whether he could survive the attack of the 5 dragons and 4 divisions was another matter altogether. The scene of Yan Chutian being swallowed by the flood of the 5 dragons and 4 divisions was also seen by Guohong, who was basking in glory as he walked out of the square in the outside world. Although he was somewhat surprised that Yan Chutian had actually made it to the end and faced off against Su Yan. However, the result did not change. He was not defeated by Zhou Hai, but he was defeated by Su Yan. No, it should be said that he had died by Su Yan's hands. The 5 dragons and 4 divisions formation's attack was fully activated. Even he could not be distracted. Therefore, Guohong did not think that Yan Chutian could survive. At the same time, in the depths of the inner sect, looking through the screen of light, the scene of the 5 dragons and 4 divisions being engulfed by the power of the 5 dragons and 4 divisions, the girl's originally calm heart finally had a trace of fluctuation. She seemed to be in disbelief as she looked at the scene. It was difficult for her to accept that that guy had really been defeated and even died in it. Even if it looked like this, it was more in line with her opinion. Don't worry, that guy won't die so easily. But just as the girl was at a loss, the old man who had been silent from the beginning to the end suddenly said, "Grandfather, what nonsense are you talking about? Who's worried?" Hearing this, the girl immediately retorted. Then, she came back to her senses and said in surprise, "Grandfather, you mean, Bookmark for easy reading. Chapter 6:27. The young girl unconsciously spoke in a voice that contained surprise. Before she could finish speaking, she could see the gigantic formation that spanned across the mountain peak, as if it was connected to the heavens. There were actually cracks appearing one after another. At the same time, the sorrowful cries of dragons and elephants resounded in the world. How could the young girl not understand the reason behind all of this? At the same time, the sorrowful cries of dragons and elephants continuously resounded on the mountain peak. At the same time, Su Yen could clearly feel that the 5 dragons' 4 divisions formation was weakening bit by bit. Such a situation immediately caused a deep expression of disbelief to appear on his face, which was originally full of confidence to win. He found it hard to imagine that just a moment ago, he had already locked in his victory. If the power of the 5 dragons' 4 divisions was unleashed together, he would probably be able to directly smash the other party into pieces. However, at this moment, the 5 dragons' 4 divisions formation was wailing unceasingly. Could it be that the other party was not seriously injured or even dead, but secretly launched such a fierce counterattack? When he thought of this, how could he hesitate in the slightest? He immediately cast his gaze towards the place where the 5 dragons' 4 divisions formation had previously struck. However, just as he was anxiously searching for that figure, an indifferent soft voice suddenly rang out beside his ears. "Little formation, as you wish, I will break this little formation of yours." As his voice sounded out, a rumbling sound that shook the heavens and the earth violently resounded in the world. As the rumbling sound continued, everyone could clearly see that the 5 dragons' 4 divisions formation, which was already in imminent danger, had completely collapsed under this rumbling sound. At the same time, within the depths of the inner sect, when she saw the 5 dragons' 4 divisions formation collapse through the light screen, an unconcealable joy continuously surfaced on the anxious face of the young girl. Only when she inadvertently looked towards the old man and saw the mocking expression on the latter's face, did she suddenly realize something and hurriedly retracted her joy. "Cough cough. It's nothing. I just didn't expect that this guy actually has some skill." Following which, the young girl lightly coughed and explained. However, it was fine if she didn't explain. Once she did, there was a hidden meaning in her words. Fortunately, the old man did not pursue this matter. Instead, he quickly locked his gaze onto the figure within the light screen. This little fellow was really a little unexpected. Damn it! Watching the 5 dragons' 4 divisions formation crumble in the screen of light, Guohong, who had been secretly sneering on the square, immediately had an ugly look in his eyes. When he saw this scene, even if he didn't continue watching, he felt that Su Yen would definitely lose. Because it was no exaggeration to say that the 5 dragons' 4 divisions formation was his greatest reliance. Even his greatest trump card had been destroyed. What else could he use to fight? Guohong had never thought that Yen Chutian would grow up like this. His speed was so fast that it had already surpassed his expectations. In his opinion, if he didn't do it himself, even a real Yuanying Stage 7 cultivator would have a hard time killing him. In fact, he might even have the possibility of entering the top 8. When he thought of this, Guohong's expression became even uglier. He did not expect that a moment of carelessness would actually allow the other party to grow to such an extent. If he also allowed him to enter the inner sect, who could guarantee that he would not have some kind of luck and one day reach a level that even he could not suppress? Cough cough. At the same time, Su Yen, who was enduring the impact of the remaining power, suddenly coughed twice. There was even a trace of blood that flowed out from the corner of his mouth. However, the current him did not care about this. His mind was constantly thinking about the collapse of his 5 dragons 4 divisions formation. He simply could not accept that he actually ended up in such a situation when he had such a huge and almost undefeatable advantage. After losing the 5 dragons 4 divisions formation, what else could he use to fight against the other party? At the same time, looking at Su Yan, who was already dispirited due to disbelief, a trace of contempt flashed across Yan Chutian's slightly pale face. Yan Chutian rarely looked down on others, even if it was an enemy. Hence, every time he looked down on someone, there would definitely be a reason. It was the same for Su Yan in front of him. The reason why he looked down on Su Yan was because Su Yan's performance was too unbearable. However, when the formation was destroyed, his belief was also shattered, and he felt that it would be difficult for him to fight again. If it was him, even if the formation was destroyed, it would definitely not be like this. There were only 2 possibilities for him to admit defeat. Either he would be beaten to the point where he could not stand up again, or he would die. However, he and Su Yan could be considered as opponents. Naturally, he would not be kind enough to remind him. Instead, he slowly gathered his own strength. Immediately after, the light pillar in Yan Chutian's hand exploded. It was as if an unparalleled power tore through the space and swept towards Su Yan. Even though the latter had reacted in hindsight and condensed a defense, under Yan Chutian's power, it was impossible for him to resist for long. In a short while, the energy light pillar tore through all of Su Yan's defenses. Following that, under his terrified gaze, it directly blasted him off the mountain peak. When the deafening explosion gradually subsided, all of the spectating disciples on the mountain path seemed to have regained their senses. At this very moment, there were still too many gazes of disbelief. Indeed, no one would have thought that Su Yan, who had set up the 5 dragons 4 divisions formation a step earlier, would still be defeated. He was defeated by the disciple who had been constantly gaining fame since he first entered the Firmament God Palace. At the same time, no matter whether they could accept it or not, they all had to face up to a fact. This disciple who had just entered the Firmament God Palace had already caught up with the senior disciples. It could even be said that he had surpassed most of the senior disciples and already had the possibility of being in the top 8. Realizing this, when the spectators on the mountain path looked at the towering figure on the mountain peak, they could not help but show awe. At the same time, at the top of the mountain, looking at the empty mountain peak, Yan Chutian did not directly leap onto the stone platform. Instead, he turned around and looked at the crowd on the mountain path. Only when he saw that no one dared to step forward, and that every single gaze that met his was filled with respect and fear, did he finally turn around and leap onto the stone platform. In the next moment, Yan Chutian sat cross-legged on the stone platform. However, at this moment, there was not much joy in his heart. This was because he was very clear that this was only the first round of the assessment. The second round would be the real battlefield. Moreover, if it was possible, he naturally wanted to challenge for the position of the champion. After all, only then could he ensure that he would enter his master's faction. After Yan Chutian sat cross-legged for a while, the originally silent stone platform finally had a strange movement. It seemed to know that the king of the mountain path had been decided. Specks of light appeared all over the stone platform. As these specks of light were emitted, the space behind the stone platform began to tear apart bit by bit. In the end, a door was completely torn apart. Then, the stone platform, carrying Yan Chutian, rushed into the spatial door. In the blink of an eye, the originally chaotic space regained its clarity. At this moment, Yan Chutian could see that he had returned to the square. Around the square, there were countless spectating disciples. "Big Brother Yan!" A young girl's pleasantly surprised voice suddenly rang out. Yan Chutian looked towards the source of the voice. To his surprise, he saw a lovely figure a dozen feet away rushing towards him. Who else could this lovely figure be other than Cher? At this moment, Cher's exquisite face was filled with unconcealable joy when she saw Yen Chutian. Her appearance was even more joyous than when she had emerged victorious on the mountain path. Yen Chutian smiled faintly in response to Cher. However, before he could say anything, he suddenly saw the space nearby being torn apart. Subsequently, a beautiful figure covered in wounds and with a weak aura fell out. Yen Chutian did not have time to think. He immediately rushed forward to support the beautiful figure. As for this beautiful figure, it was not her, but Mu Yoshue. Compared to himself or Cher, Mu Yoshue's condition was clearly extremely miserable. With regards to this, Yen Chutian could understand. After all, even if she had obtained an inheritance, there was not enough time for her to fully grasp it. Hence, the fact that she was able to emerge victorious on the mountain path had already shocked Yen Chutian. As for the injuries she had suffered, it could only be said that it was inevitable. Genius will remember this site's address in a second. Sogu Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 628. While supporting the weak Mu Yoshue, Yen Chutian did not know that the girl beside him was staring at the two of them with jealousy in her eyes. However, after a while, Cher finally withdrew her gaze. After all, she knew that now was not the time to be stingy. Being supported by Yen Chutian, even though Mu Yoshue was still extremely weak a moment ago, she abruptly regained her senses at this moment. That originally pale face of hers had a bit of rosy color quietly emerging. Fortunately, Yen Chutian did not continue to support her. Instead, he gently placed her in a corner of the crowd. Then, he gently placed his hand on her shoulder and used his spiritual energy to heal her wounds. Of course, all Yen Chutian could do was temporarily stabilize Mu Yoshue's situation. After a few breaths of time, he withdrew his hand and Mu Yoshue slowly opened her beautiful eyes. "Thank you." Mu Yoshue's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Then, she did not even look at Yen Chutian. It was not that she did not want to look, but that she did not dare to. Only the heavens knew how fast her heart was beating at this moment. Silently watching everything, Cher's face, which had been restrained with great difficulty, once again uncontrollably emerged. However, just as she was about to say something, the sound of an ancient bell suddenly rang out, stopping the three of them from making a move. Then, they looked over and saw that in the sky above the square, a giant stage was slowly descending, finally landing on the square. At the same time, a silver river surged in the sky. However, this silver river was not something else, but nameplates with numbers engraved on them. Then, another elder appeared and began to announce the rules of the second round of the competition. In fact, even if the rules of the arena competition were not announced beforehand, everyone would know. Because such rules had never changed since ancient times, and were also the simplest. But even so, the arena competition could still be said to be the fairest method of competition. Once on the arena, both sides would use their strength to determine the winner and loser. There would not be the slightest bit of luck. Returning to the main topic, when the silver river surged into the sky, it also meant that the second round of the competition had already begun. The elder who announced the rules waved his hand, and the originally calm Milky Way suddenly split into countless pillars of light that descended to the ground. Their opponents were none other than the 256 disciples who had entered the second round, including Yen Chutian, Cher, and Mu Yoshue. When the light pillars faded away, everyone realized that there was an additional nameplate in their hands. There were only numbers engraved on the nameplate, and those who had the same number would be the two parties who would fight in the arena. There were a total of 8 arenas, which meant that every 16 people would fight in turn until the top 8 were decided. Then, the top 3 would be decided from the top 8 as well as the last one. He was the center of attention. Being accustomed to such a scene, Yen Chutian remained unperturbed from beginning to end. At the same time, he didn't forget to take a look at the nameplate in his hand. Oh, Big Brother Yen is 28 and Cher is 33. I can cheer for Big Brother Yen from below the stage." Hearing this, Yen Chutian gently nodded and then looked at Mu Yoshue's nameplate. When he saw that the number on the nameplate was extremely close to the back, he finally let out a sigh of relief. The closer Mu Yoshue's nameplate was, the later she would go on stage to fight. This way, she would have some time to recover. With this thought in mind, Yen Chutian finally began to look forward to the first person he would fight. Who would be the first person to fight against him? While Yen Chutian was secretly looking forward to it, there were already disciples who had begun to fight in the arena. Coincidentally, one of the people who had ascended to the first arena was Yi Linlang. As the publicly recognized number 1 outer disciple, Yi Linlang's popularity was self-evident. In the eyes of many disciples, even the heavens recognized Yi Linlang as the number 1 outer disciple. As for the disciple who was going to fight against Yi Linlang, even though his cultivation wasn't weak, he was probably close to the 6th level of the Yuanying realm. However, his face was full of helplessness. In his opinion, he didn't have any chance against Yi Linlang. It was also because of Yi Linlang that no matter who went on the 7th arena, they would all be overshadowed by him. Following which, the ancient bell that announced the start of the battle rang. Immediately, fierce battles broke out on the arenas one after another. However, there was an exception, and this exception was on the first arena, which was Yi Linlang. Facing Yi Linlang, the disciple who was going up against him was full of helplessness. He didn't hide it and said in front of everyone, "I'm going to meet senior brother Yi in the first round. It seems that junior brother can only finish in 1 round. However, junior brother won't struggle in front of senior brother Yi and will use his strongest spirit art. I hope that senior brother Yi can give me some pointers." Hearing this, Yi Linlang also laughed faintly, and then gently nodded his head. It had to be said that Yi Linlang was recognized as the number 1 outer sect disciple not only because of his strength, but also because of his character. After receiving Yi Linlang's approval, the disciple who was going up against him no longer hesitated and immediately activated his chi. Dazzling thunderbolts emerged. When the thunderbolts intersected, the power that exploded easily tore apart the space and was difficult to resist. The pressure that spread out from this attack had probably reached the level that could threaten a cultivator at the 6th level of the Yuanying realm. In the next moment, the thunderbolts that intersected around the disciple suddenly shot out and surged towards Yi Linlang. In the process of this bombardment, the power of the thunderbolts seemed to be constantly increasing. It was hard to imagine what grade this spirit art had reached. Demon grade spirit art. At the same time, seeing the thunderbolts surging, Yen Chutian, who had sharp eyes, immediately saw through the grade of the spirit art. Yen Chutian was not surprised that the other party had a demon grade spirit art. After all, the world was so big, and he was not the only one with opportunities. Instead, he was curious about how Yi Linlang would defend against such an attack. Not only Yen Chutian, but many people were also curious about how Yi Linlang would deal with such an attack. Soon, Yi Linlang gave everyone an answer. The thunderbolts surged and bombarded, and the momentum rose steadily. However, in the face of such a violent attack, Yi Linlang only slowly extended his right palm. However, such a simple action immediately caused the violent thunderbolts to disappear without a trace. This scene might seem inconceivable to outsiders, but only insiders understood what was going on. However, it was also because of this that Yen Chutian's eyes narrowed. This was because the power to distort space should be a power that a cultivator who had stepped into the heavenly mansion realm could use. Yuanying realm cultivators were extremely powerful. They could tear space apart with a raise of their hand, and their attacks could crush space layer by layer. However, this was just simple destruction. Only those who had stepped into the heavenly mansion realm could use the power of space. In fact, using the power of space in this way was the power of the heavenly mansion realm. It was also the foundation that allowed a heavenly mansion realm cultivator to look down on any Yuanying practitioner. Yan Chutian saw very clearly that when Yi Linlang raised his hand, he had distorted the space in front of him, and easily dissolved the violent thunderbolts into nothingness. Wasn't this ability using the power of space? However, how was this possible? In his perception, there was no trace of the power of the heavenly mansion realm. However, without the power of the heavenly mansion realm, how could he distort space? At this moment, even Yan Chutian, who was almost omniscient, was puzzled. Moreover, he also realized that if he met Lin Fan and the other party displayed the power to distort space, how should he deal with it? In an instant, Yan Chutian couldn't help but be shocked by Yi Linlong's strength. If he didn't have much confidence in defeating Lin Fan before, he was even less confident now. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. The Firmament God Palace really had many capable people. They couldn't be underestimated. At the very least, Yi Linlang, who could distort space at the 8th stage of the Yuanying realm, made him feel even more pressured. However, he wouldn't be dejected because of this. After all, winning first place was only to ensure that he could enter his master's line. However, it didn't mean that he wouldn't have a chance to enter his master's line if he didn't win first place. Moreover, this was just the beginning. Even the top 8 hadn't been decided yet. It was still too early to say. Moreover, he wasn't completely unprepared. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 629. Yi Linlong's strength was not only seen clearly by Yan Chutian, but also by everyone else. Towards this, the numerous gazes that converged towards him couldn't help but reveal astonishment and sighs. Even Guo Hong was speechless at this moment. He could only secretly clench his fists under his robe. Seeing that his technique was easily destroyed by Yi Linlang, the disciple who fought with Yi Linlang no longer had any temper. He continued to smile bitterly. Senior Brother Yi is truly Senior Brother Yi. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. After saying this, he did not care if he would embarrass himself and immediately jumped down from the arena. In fact, at this moment, no one would think that he had embarrassed himself. After all, Yi Linlong's performance was simply too strong. If he forced himself to continue, he would become a laughing stock. After the first arena was quickly decided, it was impossible to say that the disciples who fought in the other arenas did not feel any pressure. However, they all knew that Yi Linlang was the number 1 outer disciple. It was inevitable for him to feel some pressure. All in all, it took quite a while before the outcome of the battle between the disciples on each arena was decided. The winner advanced, and the loser was eliminated. Everyone could clearly see this. After that, it was time for another group of disciples to fight in the ring and determine the victor. This cycle repeated until half of the people were eliminated. Very quickly, after another batch of disciples had their victory decided, it was finally Yan Chutian's turn to fight on the arena. When Yan Chutian walked out of the crowd, the many gazes that gathered on him no longer held any contempt. This was because, even though they were separated by a light screen, everyone could clearly see that he was invincible. Therefore, even they had to admit that this new disciple had the potential to reach the top 8. Back to the main topic. Not long after Yan Chutian jumped onto the arena, his opponent also jumped onto the arena. Looking over, Yan Chutian saw a purple-robed youth in front of him. His cultivation was not weak. A vigorous aura was emitted from his body. His cultivation level should be close to the peak of the 6th level of the Yuanying realm. Logically speaking, when he met Yan Chutian at such a cultivation level, victory should be in his grasp. However, he was clearly aware of Yan Chutian's various performances. Therefore, there was not the slightest arrogance on his face. At the same time, many of the gazes that were looking in this direction were unable to determine the victor of this battle. However, many people discussed in low voices and revealed the identity of Yan Chutian's opponent. His name was Xiao Yan. Dong. Suddenly, the sound of an ancient bell resounded, and it meant that the curtains to the numerous battles on the arena had been drawn. The arena that Yan Chutian. Xiao Yan did not underestimate Yan Chutian. However, this did not mean that he would give up the opportunity to attack. Under the many gazes, his right foot stepped heavily onto the arena. His body immediately leaped forward. At the same time, spiritual energy surged from his palms. It was so overbearing that it caused the space to collapse as it charged towards Yan Chutian. Although such an attack was simple, it was often the most effective. If he met someone who was not strong enough, he could make them reveal their true form in minutes. However, Yan Chutian did not rely on luck all this time. He relied on his own strength. Therefore, when faced with such an attack, he did not retreat or dodge. Just like Xiao Yan, he also held his fists and shot out explosively. In the next moment, the two fists violently collided in midair. A shaking sound rang out. However, this was not the end. It was just the beginning. Following which, the two figures turned into streaks of light and continuously collided in midair. Every time they collided, there would be a muffled sound of collision, which was accompanied by the collapse of space. After a while, the two streaks of light separated and revealed human figures. At this very moment, one could see that the clothes on their bodies were in tatters. Looking at this situation, it seemed that the previous intense battle had ended in a draw. However, as long as one had good eyesight, one would be able to distinguish who had the upper hand. This was because although the clothes on both of them were in similar tatters, the traces of blood under their clothes were not the same. However, when the result was truly distinguished, it caused many people to be even more shocked. This was because the result was that Yan Chutian had the upper hand. Although his clothes were in tatters, there was not the slightest trace of blood under his clothes. On the other hand, faint traces of blood could be seen on Xiao Yan. Since Xiao Yan dared to fight like this, it was obvious that he had a lot of confidence in the strength of his physical body. However, he did not expect to be at a disadvantage under Yan Chutian's grade 3 mysterious yang body. Thus, he could not help but narrow his eyes and stare intently at Yan Chutian, who was on the other side of the stage. He found it hard to imagine that the strength of his opponent's physical body seemed to be a little stronger than his. However, he was not the kind of person who did not have a firm mind. Although he found it hard to imagine, he quickly calmed down. Since he did not have a chance with his physical body, he would fight with his spiritual energy cultivation. With this thought, he no longer hesitated. As his hands formed seals, the spiritual energy around his body continuously surged out and revolved around his body, faintly forming a circle of 7-colored ripples. The beauty of the ripples caused many disciples, especially the girls, to be dazed. However, there were also some disciples who knew about it who quickly recovered from it, following which traces of shock appeared on their faces. This was because this was not a nameless spiritual technique. Instead, it was quite famous, the 7-colored celestial spiritual technique. I did not expect Senior Xiao Yan to have cultivated this spiritual technique to such a level. The 7-colored celestial spiritual technique is a demon-grade spiritual technique. The power of this technique is boundless. When Senior Xiao Yan uses it, I'm afraid that even a level 7 Yuanian cultivator would not dare to underestimate it. I wonder what Yen Yun will use to deal with Senior Zhao's 7-colored celestial spiritual technique. A lot of discussions quickly sounded when the 7-colored light shone. This was because they clearly knew how terrifying the power of this beautiful and seemingly harmless 7-colored light was. At the same time, after hearing the name of the 7-colored celestial spiritual technique, although Yan Chutian did not know what spiritual technique it was, it did not stop him from estimating the power of this spiritual technique. In the next moment, he launched his own attack. The 4 Yuan force hidden in his body surged. Although he had cultivated the 5 Yuan force in the scattered star mark, the 4 Yuan force was enough to face his opponent's attack. This was not because he was underestimating his opponent. Instead, as his cultivation continued to rise, this spiritual technique also continued to recover its power. In other words, if his cultivation was a little stronger, it was likely that he would be able to deal with his opponent's attack with just the third yuan force. In the blink of an eye, the 4 yuan force surged and poured into his right palm. When the strength had gathered to its peak, it finally transformed into an inconspicuous star mark that appeared in the sky. At the same time, Xiao Yan was not idle. The 7-colored light slowly surged around his body. Only at a certain moment did he suddenly open his eyes. At the same time, there was a brilliant light surging from deep within his eyes. After which, he slowly extended both of his hands. With each inch that he extended, the light around him would gather. In the end, it actually gathered into a 7-colored heavy sword in his hand. The moment the 7-colored heavy sword was formed was naturally the moment when the strength of this spiritual technique erupted. 7-colored celestial spiritual technique / bang. As his voice rang out, the 7-colored heavy sword abruptly slashed down. At the same time, a myriad of multicolored lights crazily gushed out from the heavy sword, forcibly melting the space in front of it as it swept towards Yan Chutian. The strength of this spiritual technique could only be described as terrifying. Yan Chutian also ceased hesitating when he saw the dazzling light surging over. He slowly lifted his hand, and the light from the star mark in his hand immediately shot out and charged towards the light. However, no matter how one looked at it, the attacks of the two were clearly disproportionate. However, at this moment, no one would underestimate either party because of this. This was because anyone with some brains would know that in such an occasion, either party would definitely do their best. After all, once they were defeated, it would mean that they would be eliminated. Hence, many of the heated discussions from earlier had completely quieted down at this moment. All they did was stare intently at the sky above the arena. They had a premonition that the victor would be decided through this attack. However, they did not know who would have the last laugh from both parties. Sogu Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 630. Under the attention of tens of thousands of gazes, the dazzling light gradually dimmed. When the last ray of light disappeared, a thread of undetectable star scar suddenly shot out. The speed of the star scar was so fast that Xiao Yan was unable to block it in time. However, just as the star scar was about to penetrate his body, it finally came to a stop and floated less than 10 feet in front of Xiao Yan. This scene caused Xiao Yan to secretly sigh in relief. This was because he could clearly sense that if he allowed the star scar to penetrate his body, even if he did not die, his ending would be extremely terrible. However, at the same time that he rejoiced, he could not help but sigh softly. This was because the other party had shown mercy. This also meant that he had already lost. He was not the kind of person who did not know what was good for him. Hence, he took the initiative to speak when he looked at the other side of the arena and saw the figure who was already quite famous in the outer court. "Thank you, Junior Yan, for showing mercy." Xiao Yan admits defeat. After saying these words, he did not stay any longer. He turned around and rushed out of the arena. After all, losing was a disgraceful thing no matter how one looked at it. At the same time, the surrounding crowd was shocked when they saw this scene. However, they no longer made an uproar. This was because they had already slowly accepted Yan Chutian's existence. The scene in front of them once again told them that the other party's strength was genuine and not fake. After obtaining victory, Yan Chutian gently sighed. Immediately, he rushed out of the arena and returned to the crowd. "Big brother Yan is mighty." The instant he returned to the crowd, Cher immediately squeezed forward. Her pretty face was full of smiles. Her beautiful face was filled with uncontrollable pride. It was as if Yan Chutian's performance was something extraordinary to her. With regards to Shui Er's exaggerated reaction, Yan Chutian could only helplessly accept it. Following which, he took the time to look at Mu Yoshu. Little did he know that the latter was also looking at him with her beautiful eyes. Mu Yoshue was still silently recovering, but this didn't hinder her senses. Thus, she naturally also saw Yan Chutian's victory. This caused her to feel joy in her heart. She originally wanted to say something to the former, but when she met Yan Chutian's gaze, her mind went blank. She simply didn't know what to say. However, to Mu Yoshue's relief, Cher quickly stood in front of the two of them, chattering non-stop. Big brother Yan, Cher has been cheering for you all this while. It's going to be Cher's turn soon. You have to cheer for Cher too. The young girl's clear and melodious laughter rang in his ears. Although her words were tender and even childish, Yan Chutian felt a slight warmth in his heart. In his previous life, he had been lonely and helpless. This was a feeling he had never experienced before. Therefore, he naturally wouldn't disappoint Cher. Under the former's hopeful gaze, he smiled and nodded. But of course, he also didn't forget to remind Cher. The current young girl was no longer the same as before. The disciples who could emerge from the outer sect were definitely not pushovers. If they were treated with contempt, they would definitely pay a heavy price. Meeting Yan Chutian's solemn gaze, Cher nodded repeatedly and said, "Big brother Yan, don't worry." After all the matches on the arena had ended, the next batch of disciples was also about to enter the arena. Shui was one of the disciples who had ascended the stage. She nodded lightly towards Yan Chutian. The young girl's jade-like feet lightly tapped the ground. Her delicate body immediately flew up gracefully, leaping onto one of the arenas. Cher was quite famous in the outer sect. After all, the scene of her suppressing a Yuanying sixth-layer disciple to the point of being unable to move was still vivid in many people's mind. Coupled with her beautiful appearance and slightly delicate and immature temperament, it was extremely easy for her to attract attention. It couldn't be helped. Women, especially beautiful women, always had such an advantage. This was something that men couldn't compare to. And the moment Cher stepped onto the arena, a figure also leaped onto the arena she was in. Coincidentally, the figure that stepped onto the arena was also a woman. However, compared to Cher, the woman's appearance and temperament were much more mature. The woman's appearance wasn't bad. Coupled with her deliberately seductive appearance, it was extremely easy for her to attract attention. This might be the case under normal circumstances. However, when this woman stood next to the fresh and refined Cher, not only did she lose her beauty, but she also added a lot of gaudy flavor. The woman obviously knew this as well. Therefore, there was no trace of a pleasant expression on her pretty face. On the contrary, there was a trace of hatred. However, after thinking about it, her emotions gradually calmed down. The other party was just a little girl with some beauty. When she was defeated by his hands, it would naturally be the time for her to lose all her face. At that time, the crowd's focus would naturally return to her. Dong! The ancient bell slowly rang. The moment the bell rang, the woman that Cher was facing directly waved her hand. Instantly, a flower umbrella that was engraved with the scenery of mountains and rivers appeared and floated above her body. Many people recognized this item. Therefore, in an instant there were many exclamations that sounded one after another. She took out the Heaven Luo umbrella from the start. It seems that senior sister Qing Luo really doesn't want to give her opponent any chances. The Heaven Luo umbrella is a quasi-demon spiritual weapon. Furthermore, senior sister Qing Luo is at the 6th level of the Yuanying realm. Junior sister Yanxue is in danger. Now, you even call her junior sister Yanxue. Weren't you senior sister Qing Luo's #1 admirer before? This, when the Heaven Luo umbrella opened, the woman, who was Qing Luo, didn't hesitate. She immediately waved her hand again. Instantly, from the Heaven Luo umbrella, spots of light that looked like flowers and plants continuously surged out. However, every drop of this couldn't be underestimated. The power contained within was enough to heavily injure a cultivator at the 5th level of the Yuanying realm. If it was in the past, Cher might not know what to do in the face of such an attack. However, the current her was no longer the same as before. Therefore, her beautiful eyes focused and she immediately came up with a countermeasure. She waved her jade-like hand. However, from her fair palm, there was an extremely violent spiritual energy tornado that swept out. Under this tornado, no matter how the flowers and plants descended, they were all completely destroyed. They couldn't even get close to Cher. Seeing that her attack was blocked, Qing Luo wasn't surprised. She never felt that such things were groundless. Therefore, she knew that the girl in front of her definitely had some outstanding aspects. Now, it seemed that the situation was as she had expected. However, that was all. She had even taken out the Heaven Luo umbrella. Therefore, she naturally had to be the one to determine the outcome of this battle. Thinking till here, she no longer hesitated. She formed seals with her hands and her spiritual energy continuously flowed into the Heaven Luo umbrella above her head. Under the continuous flow of her spiritual energy, the light of the Heaven Luo umbrella became more and more dazzling. At the same time, the mountain and river engraved on the surface of the umbrella gradually appeared. It really turned into a huge mountain and river. The mountain and river appeared at the same time and immediately surrounded Cher. However, no matter how the latter attacked, she couldn't damage the mountain and river at all. She could only be trapped within. Under the many gazes, even Cher's petite figure was lost in the mountain and river. Such a scene caused Qing Luo's beautiful face to reveal a faint arrogance. Then, she said without any scruples, "This is the Heaven Luo umbrella diagram. Under the fusion of my spiritual energy, although the Heaven Luo umbrella diagram isn't indestructible, it's definitely not something you can destroy. Instead, under the suppression of the Heaven Luo umbrella diagram, you will be continuously injured. Therefore, if you know what's good for you, then admit defeat and continue to suffer for free." Before Qing Luo finished speaking, there was a commotion in the crowd. The meaning was none other than praising Qing Luo's powerful strength. However, under the umbrella diagram, no one heard the sound of the girl admitting defeat from beginning to end. This made the crowd puzzled. Could it be that she still didn't admit defeat? At the same time, Qing Luo's face was also slightly puzzled. Could it be that the other party was still stubbornly holding on, or, although she didn't like and was even a little jealous of the other party, she didn't want to kill her? Well, as long as she could blast her out of the arena, it would also be a way to win. Thinking till here, she formed seals again. The Heaven Luo umbrella shook slightly, and was about to blast the mountain and river out of the arena. In this way, the girl who was already surrounded by the mountain and river would also fall out of the arena and lose. However, just as the mountain and river moved slightly, unexpectedly, a crack quietly appeared from the bottom. Then, the crack spread all the way. In just a few breaths, it actually covered the entire mountain and river under the umbrella diagram. Sogu Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 631. The sudden turn of events caught Qing Luo off guard. A look of disbelief quickly surfaced on her fair and pretty face. It was obvious that the mountain-river umbrella diagram that was projected by the Sky Luo umbrella was about to collapse. But how was this possible? With the power of the Sky Luo umbrella, she could even fight against a level 7 Yuanian cultivator. How could the Sky Luo umbrella diagram collapse in the hands of such a little girl? But no matter how hard it was for her to accept, the mountain-river umbrella diagram completely collapsed amidst the rumbling sound. Everywhere the power passed, space would collapse, crisscrossing the space, and it was extremely grand. Seeing this scene, no matter how unbelievable it was in Qing Luo's heart, she had no choice but to accept that the attack of her Sky Luo umbrella was broken in the hands of the other party. However, this was obviously not an acceptance. Under many similarly shocked gazes, as well as Qing Luo's own perception, from the collapsing mountain-river umbrella diagram, a beautiful figure suddenly shot out and surged towards the former Sky Luo umbrella. At the critical moment, Qing Luo suddenly waved her jade-like hand. Immediately, the sky Luo umbrella above her head exploded with light once again. Immediately after, the light surged rapidly and enveloped the former completely. Boom! The instant the light shrouded the area, the attack that was brought about by the explosive shooting of the beautiful figure also violently descended and heavily smashed against the light screen. However, this unexpected attack was ultimately unable to advance even an inch under the resistance of the heavenly Luo umbrella's light. After the attack failed, the beautiful figure quickly retreated from the area where Qing Luo was. Who else could the figure and face be other than Cher? At the same time, looking at such a thrilling scene on the stage, many disciples cried out in satisfaction. Perhaps at the beginning, they were indeed attracted by the beauty of the two, but now they were completely subdued by the strength that the two had displayed. How thrilling! I didn't expect that even senior sister Qing Luo would almost be defeated. It's all thanks to senior sister Qing Luo's sky Luo umbrella that can advance and retreat, with both offense and defense. Otherwise, it would be dangerous. Although senior sister Qing Luo is extremely strong, to be honest, junior sister Yan Shui is more shocking. I didn't expect that even the sky Luo umbrella diagram could be broken. I heard that she and Yen Yun claim to be brother and sister. Both of them are so strange, as expected of brother and sister. At the same time, in the sky above the square, looking at the activity on the arena below, the indolent beauty couldn't help but gradually look over. In the end, her gaze was fixed on Cher. What is it? Has Elder Shui Yun taken a fancy to this girl, and wants to take her into freezing sky? As if noticing the beautiful woman's gaze, the Overlord Sword Faction's elder slowly said. Hearing this, the woman did not have any consideration. Taboo. She nodded lightly. Unexpectedly, the Overlord Sword Faction's elder suddenly said, I'm afraid that Elder Shui Yun will be disappointed. That girl has an extraordinary relationship with the Xian Spirit Faction's first elder. I'm afraid that even if she doesn't enter the top 8, she will eventually join the Xian Spirit Faction like that girl's older sister. However, the woman didn't reply for a long time. She just stared blankly at the young woman on the arena. After a long while, a soft voice that only she could hear rang out. Xian Spirit Faction, huh? It's a pity. This girl can't be given to you. Looking at the incomparably anxious scene on the stage, Yan Chutian had to admit that the current Cher had truly grown up. When he attacked, he no longer had the slightest bit of mercy. This made him happy because in the heaven realm, being merciful was equivalent to hastening one's death. However, that Qing Luo was not simple either, especially with that quasi-demon rank spirit weapon. Therefore, even Yan Chutian did not know if Cher would have a chance of winning in the end. On the stage, under the cover of the Heaven Luo umbrella's light screen, Qing Luo finally recovered from her shock. Although the Heaven Luo umbrella diagram had been broken, it did not mean that she had lost. With the protection of the Heaven Luo umbrella, she was still in an invincible position. Under this situation, the result could be predicted. In the end, she would still win. After understanding this point, she couldn't help but regain some of her previous arrogance. She spoke, Yan Shui, I admit that you are already extraordinary. You can even break the Heaven Luo umbrella diagram. However, with the protection of the Heaven Luo umbrella, you can't do anything to me. Therefore, if you know what's good for you, don't waste time and admit defeat. Qing Luo's words sounded despicable, but in the eyes of the crowd it was reasonable. This was because spirit weapons were originally a part of a cultivator's strength. Knowing how to rely on the power or characteristics of a spirit weapon was naturally a logical thing to do. To put it more bluntly, if you met a strong enemy who wielded a divine weapon in the outside world, even if you insulted him for relying on the divine weapon, the result would still be death. Everyone was aware of this, and Shui was naturally aware of this as well. Therefore, she did not blame the heavens and accuse others. Instead, She remained silent and stared at the Heaven Luo umbrella above Qing Luo's head. She didn't believe it. Could it be that a quasi-demonic spirit weapon didn't have any flaws? It seemed that even the heavens were standing on Cher's side. After staring closely for a while, her beautiful eyes finally lit up. At the same time, seeing that the opponent did not show any signs of admitting defeat, Qing Luo naturally did not stay idle. She was going to use her attack to exhaust the opponent's spirit power. However, she did not expect that on the day she made her move, the silent Cher finally gathered her spirit power and was about to launch an attack. This made her smile strangely and disperse her attack. That's good. She did not want to waste her spirit power. Her original plan was to use the Heaven Luo umbrella to resist and exhaust the opponent's spirit power. However, just now the opponent was silent, so she wanted to force her to launch an attack. However, she did not expect that before she launched her attack, the opponent would take the initiative to attack. This way, it would save her spirit power. Under the exchange of gazes, a cold light slowly appeared in Cher's hand. The cold light seemed weak, but in the next moment, it directly increased by dozens of times and condensed into a huge sword. As the huge sword was waved, the aura that spread out was invincible. Even the space was easily torn apart. However, no matter how strong this attack was, it still made the crowd secretly shake their heads. This was because they knew that no matter how strong the attack was, the defensive power of Qing Luo's Heaven Luo umbrella was too strong. They were afraid that even if she used all her strength, she would only return empty-handed. In the end, she would only exhaust her own spirit power. Finally, Cher's jade-like hand trembled slightly. Suddenly, the huge sword shot out and fiercely slashed towards Qing Luo. Seeing the heavy sword slashing towards her, Qing Luo did not move. She allowed the light of the Heaven Luo umbrella to shine and protect her body. Compared to the crowd, she was naturally more confident in her Heaven Luo umbrella. No matter how strong the opponent's attack was, it was impossible to break the defense of her Heaven Luo umbrella. After all, only Qing Luo knew that the Heaven Luo umbrella focused on defense and not offense. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded in the arena and even the entire outer court plaza after a while. Huge ripples spread out. The energy ripples that rushed out fiercely hit the walls of the arena. If it wasn't for the invisible barrier, the commotion would have engulfed the entire outer court plaza. Such a commotion caused many spectating disciples to be dumbfounded. Following which, there were naturally countless gazes that scrambled to look towards the arena. This was because they faintly felt that after this attack, the outcome of the battle would be clear. Hence, they were naturally curious. Which genius would be able to stand until the end under such an attack? Finally, when the ripples gradually subsided, the crowd could finally see the scene on the arena clearly. However, when they saw it clearly, it caused many people to be stunned. Following which, disbelief continuously surged out. This was because they could see that there was only a figure quietly standing on the arena. However, this figure was not Qing Luo, who relied on the Heaven Luo umbrella to stand in an invincible position as everyone imagined. Instead, it was a petite figure with a refreshing temperament. It was Yan Shui. Following which, the crowd could also see it. On the other side of the arena, Qing Luo was already unconscious. The Heaven Luo umbrella that was originally floating above her head had also dimmed. It powerlessly fell in front of her, revealing a sense of weakness. Sogu. Chapter 632. But Blue Sky still had hope in his heart, so after some thought, he set 2 million as a goal to see if there would be any improvement. It would naturally be best if there was, but if there wasn't, then he could only start thinking about the new book. The main text of Eternal Sky was about the future direction of this book. Currently typing, please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 633. Even though Shui Er's victory was unexpected, it was still acceptable. On the contrary, her popularity seemed to have increased because of this. Looking at the scene where Shui was the center of attention on the stage, Yan Chutian revealed a smile. At this moment, he also felt a little emotional. He didn't expect that the young girl who followed behind him, who could only rely on him to protect her, had now grown to such an extent. At the same time, the victory was already decided, so Cher naturally wouldn't stay on the stage for even a moment. Under the gazes of many people, she confidently flew back to Yan Chutian's side. Big brother Yan, Cher's performance was not bad, right? As soon as she landed, she snuggled up to Yan Chutian's side and chattered nonstop. It was precisely because of this that many people's gazes were filled with hostility towards Yan Chutian. After all, although the two were brother and sister, anyone with a discerning eye could see that they were not related by blood. So, how could the two's intimate actions not make some guesses? Yan Chutian didn't care about this. After all, he never cared about what others thought of him. The test was still going on, and the ancient sound of the bell was still ringing. There were constantly disciples advancing, and there were also constantly disciples being eliminated. The victors enjoyed glory and were the center of attention. The losers could only leave gloomily, and there were very few sympathetic gazes. After all, only the victors were dazzling. As the examination continued, it was finally Mu Yoshue's turn to go on the stage. With Mu Yoshue's current strength, it was not easy for her to reach the second round of the examination. After all, she had just obtained the inheritance and didn't have much time to digest it. What she could grasp now was probably just the surface. However, what made Yan Chutian feel slightly relieved was that Mu Yoshue's first opponent wasn't very strong. In the end, even though Mu Yoshue paid a price, she still defeated her opponent and barely managed to advance. Seeing her advance, Yan Chutian was naturally happy, but he also knew very well. The further the examination went, the more elite the remaining disciples were. With Mu Yoshue's strength, even if she continued to advance, it would be very difficult. However, he had no way of persuading her. He couldn't possibly tell Mu Yoshue to give up because she knew she wasn't strong enough. After all the fights in this round were over, the original 256 disciples had been reduced by half. This also meant that the following battles would be even more intense, or perhaps even more exciting. Under the control of one of the outer sect elders, the Milky Way once again appeared in the sky. The nameplates in the Milky Way surged. Clearly, he wanted to let the disciple draw a new opponent. This time, Yan Chutian drew number 17. He quickly looked at Cher and Mu Yoshue's nameplates and confirmed that their numbers were different from his. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. No matter which of the two women he faced, it was a situation he didn't want to see. After the drawing of lots was done, it was time for the second round of the arena battles to begin. This time, the one who drew number 1 was not Yi Linlang, but Guohong. Guohong wasn't very popular, but his cultivation was genuine. Thus, when he stepped onto the arena, he instantly attracted countless gazes. When he cleanly defeated his opponent and obtained victory, many of the spectating disciples sighed in admiration. His strength was truly formidable. In the eyes of the crowd, if it wasn't for Yi Linlang, Guohong would definitely be a strong contender for the number 1 outer sect disciple. In the eyes of some disciples, if they were to rank the outer sect prides, Guohong would definitely be in the top 3. Looking at Guohong's clean victory, Yan Chutian would be lying if he said he didn't feel any pressure. After all, even if he was prepared, he didn't know if he had the chance to defeat his opponent before they actually fought. When Guohong and the other 8 arenas had finished, the next person to step onto the first arena was the extremely popular outer sect disciple, Luo Yu. The moment Luo Yu stepped onto the arena, she attracted a huge cheer. Even the male disciple who was going to fight her revealed a look of admiration. The result of this battle was not out of everyone's expectations. Luo Yu also displayed an astonishing strength and won in a clean and efficient manner. With Luo Yu's victory, the crowd naturally cheered loudly once again. The commotion was comparable to Yi Linlong's earlier commotion. When the 8 arenas had also finished, Yan Chutian secretly held the nameplate in his hand. This meant that it was his turn to step onto the arena next. It was unknown whether it was the arrangement of fate, but when Yan Chutian flew onto the stage, what greeted him was a familiar face. Yan Yun, I didn't expect to meet you so soon. When he heard the familiar voice, he looked over. This red-clothed young man was Hu Yuan, the one who blocked the Qi refining tower and fought with him on the arena. This Hu Yuan gave Yan Chutian a good feeling, so he naturally wouldn't look at him coldly. Instead, he pulled the corners of his mouth and revealed a smile. Hu Yuan seemed to be used to Yan Chutian's reaction, or rather, he didn't care at all. He only had one purpose, and that was to defeat his opponent. Only by defeating his opponent could he prove that he was stronger and advance to the next round. Then, he could chase after the top 8 spots to enter the inner sect. He had already fought with Yan Chutian, so he had a rough idea of his opponent's strength. Therefore, Hu Yuan saw that all the probing could be avoided and the winner could be decided directly. Therefore, when the ancient bell rang, he did not hesitate to speak. Yan Yun, let's decide the outcome of this battle with one move. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't wait for the other party's reply. As it surged, there were already wisps of seemingly weak flames, but they appeared all over his body. Hu Yuan's words were not concealed, so the crowd in the square could clearly hear them. Senior brother Hu Yuan actually wants to decide the winner with one move, and from the looks of it, he's obviously going to use the Taiyan art. The Taiyan art is an extremely terrifying offensive spiritual technique. When cultivating it, one has to endure the pain of fire entering the body. I didn't expect senior brother Hu Yuan to be able to cultivate it. I wonder how Yan Yun will block it. With senior brother Hu Yuan's quasi-7th level Yuanian cultivation, one can imagine how terrifying the power of the Taiyan art is. Looking at Hu Yuan, who had already activated the Taiyan art, Yan Chutian didn't feel angry, but a glint flashed across his eyes. Thinking back to the scene on the battle stage that day, perhaps the power of the Taiyan art should be able to reach the standard. However, he still had to be careful. After all, it was only after knowing about Cher's clear heart that he accidentally discovered this technique recorded in the mysterious Yang scripture. Using the clear heart, he hurriedly cultivated. Before using it, he didn't know how powerful it was. However, the technique recorded in the mysterious Yang scripture, coupled with the fact that it could only be cultivated with the clear heart, should be able to satisfy him. While Yan Chutian was lost in his thoughts, Hu Yuan did not hesitate. Flames appeared around his body, and as he formed a seal, they exploded into a curtain of fire that filled the sky, extremely dazzling. Immediately after, just like the scene on the battle stage that day, the curtain of fire that filled the sky continuously compressed between Hu Yuan's palms, until it finally condensed into a lifelike fire phoenix. As the fire wings gently flapped, a scorching fire wolf extended out, easily causing space to collapse. It was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying power was contained within this small fire phoenix. In fact, this fire phoenix was even stronger than before. Clearly, Hu Yuan was not wasting his time in the final days. Instead, his mastery of the Taiyan art had improved. Since the fire phoenix had appeared, Hu Yuan naturally would not hesitate in the slightest. He immediately controlled the burning heaven fire phoenix, shook its flaming wings, and rushed straight towards Yan Chutian. Wherever the fire phoenix passed, space would silently burn and collapse. What the crowd could see was an incomparably dazzling pillar of flames, charging straight towards Yan Chutian. Would he be able to withstand such a terrifying attack? Seeing this fire phoenix that was several times stronger than before, Yan Chutian was not the slightest bit afraid. Instead, he was even more delighted. Because of this, he was even more certain of his thoughts. When the fire phoenix approached, he had already slowly activated the mysterious Yang Qi in his body. The mysterious yang qi was like a river as it circulated in his body, finally converging in his palm. Then, a soft voice that only he could hear slowly rang out. Mysterious yang scripture, mysterious yang swallow. Sogu. Chapter 634. When Yan Chutian's last word fell, there wasn't any earth-shattering movement. Even the surging power of qi was pitifully little. Thus, when everyone saw this, they were naturally shocked. They couldn't understand what he was doing before Hu Yuan launched his Taiyan flame art. However, the crowd soon understood Yan Chutian's intention. Under the circumstances where they couldn't sense it with their naked eyes, a bottomless black hole gradually appeared between Yan Chutian's palms. The black hole was like a Taoye's giant mouth, as if it could devour everything in the world. At the same time, no matter how puzzled the crowd was, the fire phoenix's light beam descended with a whistling sound, surging toward Yan Chutian. Then, a scene that made countless pairs of eyes pop out of their sockets appeared out of thin air. The aggressive fire phoenix rushed in front of Yan Chutian, or more accurately, between his palms, and disappeared without a sound. In the arena, the originally tense atmosphere of the explosion suddenly calmed down. At the same time, the crowd who saw this scene fell into a dead silence. Not only was the crowd in disbelief, but even Hu Yuan himself was shocked by this scene. If the fire phoenix collided with the opponent's attack, it would be fine if it exploded. But what happened before his eyes was that the fire phoenix had silently disappeared right in front of him. How could he accept such a scene? How is this possible? Looking at the scene in the arena, Guohong, who was watching coldly from below the arena, had a drastic change in expression at this moment. Because of this scene, he couldn't help but think of the ability that Yi Linlang displayed at the beginning. Could it be that this guy had also mastered the ability to control space? But how was this possible? He couldn't even touch the surface of this ability. No matter how strange his opponent was, his real cultivation level was only level 3 Yuanying. How could he reach the power of a heavenly mansion realm cultivator so quickly? At this moment, there were gazes from the horizon. They were the elders of the blood spirit lineage. Although they did not seem to be paying attention to the square below, in reality, every little detail was in their line of sight. However, even so, the sudden scene from before was still difficult for them to understand. It seems that this little fellow is quite remarkable. He actually managed to touch upon the spatial energy at such a cultivation level. The old man from Tianyang's lineage slowly laughed. Although he did not see clearly what had happened, such an ability should be the ability to distort space like Yi Linlang's. From the looks of it, other than Yi Linlang, he was also a seedling that could be brought into the Tianyang bloodline. The power of space? In the depths of the intersect, looking ahead, looking at the scene on the light screen, the young girl's face was filled with shock. This was because, at least in her opinion, there was no other explanation other than the manipulation of space. But how was that possible? He was only in the third stage of the Yuanying realm, which was far from the Heaven's Palace realm. How could he have touched the surface of the power of space? Behind the young girl, the old man's eyes were bright and full of expression as he stared at the scene in the light screen. However, even he was unable to determine what had happened through the light screen. But in his opinion, it shouldn't be the power of space. After all, it was too shocking for someone in the third stage of the Yuanying realm to touch upon the power of space that only Heaven's Palace realm cultivators could control. Thus, after hesitating for a moment, the old man's calm voice slowly rang out. It shouldn't be the power of space, but such a technique is already extremely impressive. It should at least be a spirit art of the demon grade. On the stage, seeing the fire phoenix disappear in an instant, Hu Yuanming slightly pulled on the connection between them. Immediately, a look of joy appeared on Yan Chutian's face. As expected, the technique recorded in the mystic Yang scripture would not disappoint him. As expected, the mystic Yang devourer was able to silently devour the opponent's attack. At the same time, seeing his attack being destroyed, No matter how shocked Hu Yuan was, he had no choice but to accept this result. Since even his strongest attack had failed, he could afford to lose. He immediately bowed in Yan Chutian's direction and took the initiative to leave the stage. In his opinion, he had no idea what method Hu Yuanming had used to defeat him. However, he did not expect his opponent to become so powerful in the time he had left the Qi refining tower. Compared to this, the progress he had made in the Taiyan art was really not worth mentioning. Seeing that Hu Yuan had admitted defeat and left the stage, Yan Chutian also secretly sighed in relief. He could not use the mystic Yang Devour frequently and had to wait for a period of time. If during this process the other party brutally attacked, then even if he could win, he would have to pay a heavy price. Fortunately, the situation did not develop in a bad direction. Furthermore, as long as he used the mystic Yang Devour properly, it would be able to intimidate his opponent at a crucial moment. As for if he encountered someone who did not have eyes, he could only deal with them when the time came. When Yan Chutian descended from the stage, he could clearly feel the gazes from the surroundings that were filled with awe and reverence. Even the stronger the cultivation, the deeper the awe or fear towards him. Because in their opinion, such an ability was no different from the power of space. If his opponent could use the power of space and manipulate space, it was hard to imagine how terrifying his power would be. Yan Chutian did not pay attention to these. However, there were a few gazes that paid attention to him. The owners of these gazes were not strangers. They were Luo Yu, Guohong, and Yi Linlang. However, even if it was them, Yan Chutian did not pay too much attention to them. Instead, he quickly turned his gaze towards Cher, who was excitedly approaching. Cher's face was filled with excitement. Others did not know, but how could she, the owner of the clear heart, not know? The means that Yan Chutian had just displayed should be the results of his clear heart cultivation these days. However, what made her feel somewhat incredulous was that in just a few short days, Yan Chutian had really cultivated to such a shocking level. However, this was normal. After all, when had Brother Yan ever disappointed her? She asked Yan Chutian in a small voice. After receiving an affirmative answer, Cher's pretty face became even more joyful. However, before she could say anything, she had no choice but to step onto the stage. This was because it was already time for the next batch of disciples to step onto the stage. However, even though the next batch of disciples had already started fighting, there were still many spectators who had yet to recover from the shock brought about by Yan Chutian. If it was Yi Linlang, no matter how shocking it was, they would still be able to accept it. After all, he was the publicly acknowledged #1 disciple of the outer sect. However, it was Yan Chutian. Although he was strange, he was only at the 3rd level of the Yuanying realm. He was able to display the ability to manipulate space, so how could they accept it so easily? The battle on the stage was still ongoing. Cher's result on the stage was daunting but not dangerous. In the end, she defeated her opponent. However, it was different from before. Even if she won, it was destined that she would not be able to hide the brilliance of Yan Chutian beside her. However, how could the girl have any dissatisfaction about this? On the contrary, there was an unconcealable joy on her pretty face. In that joy there was also a hint of pride. Cher did not speak too much to Yan Chutian. After all, the continuous battles had consumed a lot of her spiritual energy. Only Yan Chutian could rely on the Xianyang Qi condensation to quickly recover his spiritual energy. However, to be honest, at this time, Yan Chutian was more concerned about the Xianyang Qi condensation. This technique was his biggest trump card today, and he could not afford to lose it. As Yan Chutian thought about this, he could not help but welcome Mu Yoshua onto the stage. Yan Chutian was naturally worried about Mu Yoshua. After all, it was already difficult for her to reach this step. When Yan Chutian saw the figure leaping onto Mu Yoshua's stage, his face sunk even more. This was because although he had never seen the person on the stage, He knew that the other party should be one of the disciples with the potential to reach the top 8. Therefore, Mu Yoshua's situation, which was already difficult, was likely to become even more difficult. The final result was not out of Yan Chutian's expectations. Even if Mu Yoshua used the inherited jade flute and displayed a never-before-seen spiritual technique, yet, he was still defeated by his opponent. Add a bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 635. It was a pity that Mu Yoshua was defeated, but it was only a matter of time. Looking at Mu Yoshua's embarrassed appearance, Yan Chutian couldn't help but sigh in his heart, and then hurried forward to comfort her. However, to his surprise, although Mu Yoshua looked embarrassed, her face was as usual, without the slightest trace of depression. After thinking for a while, Yan Chutian felt relieved. With Mu Yoshua's character, she would not be defeated by such a blow. However, what he didn't know was that the moment he turned around, there was an almost imperceptible trace of dimness on Mu Yoshua's calm face. The battle in the arena continued. Not long after, this round of elimination finally came to an end under the eyes of thousands of people. However, not long after, the Milky Way appeared in the sky again. Obviously, a new round of drawing lots was about to begin. In the next 2 rounds, Yan Chutian relied on his own strength and the mysterious sun swallow, a method that others couldn't understand, to win consecutively. At the same time, Xue had also overcome all difficulties and stood in front of the threshold of the top 8 in front of everyone's eyes. At this time, the only female disciple who could still stand in the middle of the square was the genius Luoyu. The competition for the top 8 was imminent. Therefore, every subsequent battle would be very important, and in the eyes of everyone, it would be incomparably exciting. Therefore, 7 of the original 8 arenas were directly removed at this moment, leaving only one to appear under the eyes of thousands of people. The atmosphere of the crowd was constantly rising at this moment, because the 8 strongest disciples in the entire outer gate were finally going to appear here one by one. Under the eyes of thousands of people, the Milky Way appeared in the sky again. In the surging Milky Way, there were no nameplates floating, but pure vigorous spiritual energy. In the next moment, the Milky Way surged, and then a beam of light directly burst out, enveloping all the top 16 disciples. Soon after, under the watchful gazes of countless people, the light pillar that enveloped every single person branched out from the ground. Soon after, it merged with another light pillar. Evidently, although this was also a random drawing of lots, the 2 parties involved in the battle were clearly notified to the crowd at the very first moment. Therefore, countless gazes naturally stared closely at the light pillars on the ground. They wanted to see which 2 people would meet in the end. Senior Brother Yi is up against Senior Brother Zhaopan. Senior Brother Zhaopan is out of luck this time around. He actually encountered Senior Brother Yi before the quarterfinals. Look, Senior Sister Luoyu is going up against Senior Brother Zhouya. This is going to be a good show. Both of them are strong competitors for the top 8. Many nervous voices continuously sounded from the crowd. But at this moment, Yan Chutian had no time to care about these discussions. Instead, he stared at the direction where the light pillar was spreading. His next opponent was none other than Guohong. Looking at Guohong, who was connected to the beam of light, Yan Chutian did not feel fear. Instead, a sense of understanding quietly emerged in his heart. Indeed, it was as if the will of the heavens was guiding him. With his strength, even if he did not rely on the mysterious sun swallow, he still had a chance of entering the top 8. However, how could there be such a good thing in this world? Just like how he met Guohong before the threshold of the top 8. In the eyes of many disciples, Guohong's strength was enough to be ranked in the top 3 of the outer disciples. From the looks of it, the reason why he suddenly grasped the mysterious sun swallow on the eve of the examination was to deal with Guohong. After all, with the strength that Yi Linlang had displayed, he already had no hope of competing with him for the position of champion. When Yan Chutian saw Guohong, the latter naturally also saw his figure. If it was before, Guohong would definitely mock Yan Chutian without restraint if he met him at such a time. But now, after witnessing the former's strange ability to manipulate space, he could no longer underestimate him. In fact, he would rather see the former easily enter the top 8 than meet him at the threshold of the top 8. However, the result was already a foregone conclusion and could not be changed. Therefore, the usually arrogant Guohong naturally would not show any fear. Just like before, he directly looked at Yan Chutian with a gaze full of pride. In fact, deep in his heart, Guohong did not believe that Guohong was a mere Yuanying Stage 3 cultivator. Even if he had that strange and unpredictable ability, did he think that he, Guohong, was a vegetarian? At the same time, many disciples also saw the beam of light connecting Yan Chutian and Guohong. However, at this time, no one dared to casually make any guesses. After all, one of them was a veteran expert. In many people's eyes, it was enough for him to sit firmly in the top 3 of the outer disciples. However, the other one could not be underestimated. This was because previously, he had consecutively displayed the ability to manipulate space like a Heavenly Palace stage expert. Dong. At the same time, the ancient bell rang once again. In this opening battle, it was still Yi Linlang. However, even at the threshold of the top 8, Yi Linlang still acted as if nothing had happened. Looking at the former's appearance, Yan Chutian could only bitterly laugh. This was something that could not be envied. This was because Yi Linlang not only stood at the top of the outer disciples in terms of cultivation. At the same time, no one could compare to him in terms of ability. As such, it naturally gave him unlimited confidence. Right now, he was probably thinking about which of the remaining disciples would fight with him in the finals. Compared to Yi Linlang, Zhao Pan was extremely nervous. This was because no matter how confident he was in himself, he could not say the word confidence when facing Yi Linlang. However, they were all at the threshold of the top 8. Even if he felt that his chances were slim, he could not back down. After the ancient bell rang once again, he immediately unleashed his fierce attacks. Zhao Pan was very clear that competing with Yi Linlang, who was already at stage 8 of the Yuanying stage, was simply courting death. Therefore, he immediately used his most violent spiritual technique. Daluo Sky Flipping Seal. The surrounding aura surged like a spring. When the ocean-like spiritual energy surged into his palms, a palm-sized golden handprint was gradually formed. Although the golden handprint was not lifelike, it was extremely pure. Even if it did not explode, the aura that spread out was enough to cause the surrounding space to collapse. Evidently, Zhao Pan's reputation as one of the top 8 contenders wasn't baseless. However, this golden handprint slowly tore through the air and pressed down on Yi Linlang. However, when Yi Linlang slowly raised his right hand, the distorted space instantly crumbled like tofu. A moment later, the distorted space returned to its original state. The stage was no longer there, and there was no trace of the imposing golden handprint. Although many disciples had already expected this, they could not help but sigh at Yi Linlang's strength. From the start of the assessment, Yi Linlang had always been strong. Along the way, there was not a single person who could truly exchange blows with him. Seeing that his attack was easily dispelled, Zhao Pan could only bitterly smile. Thereafter, he bowed towards Yi Linlang and generously said, "Senior brother Ye's strength has already touched upon the power of space. I, Zhao Pan, wholeheartedly accept my defeat." Hearing Yi Linlang's gentle reply, a soft whisper that only he could hear slowly rang out in the depths of his heart. The power of space? This isn't the true power of space, but a technique recorded in the remnant of the profound Yang scripture. With that thought in mind, Yi Linlang, who had descended the stage under the gazes of thousands of people, secretly looked towards Yan Chutian. In his view, Yan Chutian was the one who had grasped a strand of the power of space. However, to grasp the power of space at stage 3 of the Yuanying stage 8, his luck was not small. Sensing Yi Linlong's gaze, Yan Chutian did not mind at all. He knew that the profound Yang Devour technique had attracted Yi Linlong's attention. However, it did not matter. Even in the Firmament God Palace, there should not be anyone who knew that it was a technique recorded in the profound Yang scripture. The first match had ended. Although it was not a spectacular match, it allowed many disciples to clearly feel Yi Linlong's strength once again. However, the second match was different. Whether it was Luo Yu or Zhou Ye, both of them were strong contenders for the top 8. Furthermore, their cultivation and strength were similar. Therefore, in the eyes of many disciples, this would definitely be an extremely spectacular battle between a dragon and a tiger. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 636. After Zhou Ye and Luo Yu stood firmly on the stage, the ancient sound of a bell once again slowly rang out in the area. As the sound of the bell rang out, Zhou Ye, who had previously appeared calm and gentle, instantly pushed off the ground. His slender body had already rushed towards Luo Yu. Immediately after, he swiftly raised his right hand. The energy surging within his palm was so terrifying that when he waved his hand, layers of space were easily shattered. However, Luo Yu was not a flower vase that only had looks and status. The instant Zhou Ye's palm was about to land, she raised her hand. The energy surging within her jade-like fingers was extremely terrifying. It was similarly able to easily tear apart space, leaving not even a blade of grass alive. Two powerful attacks, one after the other, collided. An enormous rumbling sound immediately resounded, shaking the entire stage. At the same time, it also shook the heartstrings of the spectators. The rumbling sound gradually faded. However, the small-scale sounds of the collision were still endless. Numerous gazes converged. Surprisingly, it could be seen that Luo Yu and Zhou Ye were continuously exchanging blows. The energy ripples that spread out from every blow were likely sufficient to heavily injure a 5th-level Yuanian cultivator. This allowed everyone to clearly realize that they had truly arrived before the top 8 battle. Other than Yi Linlang, who was so strong that he was invincible, no one else could be underestimated. As he watched the intense battle between the two, Yan Chutian could not help but sigh. Regardless of whether it was Zhou Ye or Luo Yu, neither of them were simple people. From the looks of it, his original thoughts of being able to enter the top 8 had become somewhat unreliable. However, this was not a problem. After all, there were too many unexpected things in this world. For example, he himself did not expect that he would actually be able to grasp his greatest trump card, the mysterious Sun Devourer, a few days before the assessment. Even though Guohong's strength might exceed his expectations, his mysterious Sun Devourer was similarly not to be underestimated. Not to mention, if he could reverse the mysterious Sun Devourer, he would be able to possess an unimaginable offensive power. Zhou Ye and Luo Yu continued to exchange blows. However, no matter how intense the battle was, there would eventually be a time when the victor would be decided. Oftentimes, the victor would be decided in the most insignificant of moments. Luo Yu suddenly caught hold of a flaw in Zhou Ye's defense. Although this flaw was almost non-existent in the eyes of many spectating disciples, it still became a flaw that she could use to break through. Taking advantage of this small opening, Luo Yu's attacks descended like a torrential downpour of pear blossoms. Even though Zhou Ye was aware of this, he immediately returned to defend himself, and even brought out his strongest defense. However, in the end, a sharp chi still tore through his defenses and reached his throat. As long as this power descended a little more, his throat would be slit open, and he would turn into an ice-cold corpse. Zhou Ye was not a person who did not know his own limits. Seeing such a scene, he tactfully dispersed all of his power and openly said in front of everyone, "Zhou Ye admits defeat. With junior sister Luo Yu's strength, I'm afraid that she will be able to obtain second place in this examination." Zhou Ye sighed in admiration at Luo Yu's valiance and flawlessness. However, even though he was praising her, he only mentioned the second position. After all, the frightening strength that Yi Linlang had displayed made him feel that no one could match him. Not to mention matching him, even those who could truly exchange blows with him were few and far between. Hearing that, Luo Yu did not refute. She only subconsciously glanced at Yi Linlang's direction. Before the examination, even though she knew how strong Yi Linlang was, she still held the thought of being able to contend against him. However, when it came to the examination and she saw the frightening strength that the former displayed, she finally understood that her thoughts were truly a bit foolish. Because not only was she becoming stronger, but Yi Linlang, who was already standing at the top, was also continuously becoming stronger. Come to think of it, only his elder sister would be able to suppress him. Unfortunately, her sister had already been specially recruited into the profound spirit lineage, and would not be able to fight against Yi Linlang. However, it was likely because of this that Yi Linlang would work so hard. After all, others might not know, but she clearly knew that Yi Linlang's attitude towards her sister was somewhat different. Thinking of that, Luo Yu no longer thought about it. After all, these were not things that she needed to consider. Actually, to her, entering the top 8 was already enough. As long as she obtained the qualifications to enter the inner court, she would be able to smoothly enter the profound spirit lineage. The next thing she needed to worry about was Cher. Although Cher was no longer the same as before, she did not know if she would be able to enter the top 8. If she also entered the top 8 and obtained the qualifications to enter the inner court, then she should be able to enter the profound spirit lineage like her. Thinking of that, Luo Yu could not help but look at Cher. This was because everyone, including her, clearly knew that it was the young girl's turn to step onto the stage in the third round of the top 8. However, when Luo Yu looked over, she could only see Cher staring at Yan Chutian from the beginning to the end. Even now, she did not deny that Yan Chutian was indeed outstanding. However, it was a pity that he encountered Guohong at the threshold of the top 8. Although Luo Yu did not like Guohong, she had no choice but to admit the former's strength. Therefore, even though Yan Chutian had previously displayed shocking strength, in her opinion, he would not be a match for the experienced Guohong. However, perhaps it was because there had been too many unexpected situations. Therefore, Luo Yu secretly hoped that Yan Chutian would be able to create another miracle. Back to the topic at hand. The third round of the top 8 had finally begun. Although Xue Er's opponent was only a quasi-nascent soul stage 7th level disciple, how could he possibly be a simple character to be able to enter the top 8? However, if, speaking of which, perhaps Xue Er was the one who gave off the feeling that she wasn't simple. After all, the cultivation she had displayed was only at the 5th level of Yuanying. It was only because of Yan Chutian. Otherwise, she would be known as the most stunning dark horse in the selection test of the Firmament God Palace's outer sect. Senior Sister Yan Xue, please enlighten me. The male disciple spoke slowly with a humble appearance. However, before Cher could respond, the moment the bell rang, he had already shot out like a wild beast. Clearly, no matter how polite he was, in front of the huge temptation of entering the inner court, it was not worth mentioning. However, how could Cher not know this? Therefore, the moment the bell rang, her jade-like feet lightly stomped on the ground. In an instant, an undetectable spatial crack tore towards the man who had shot out explosively. However, it was still the same sentence. How could a disciple at the threshold of the top 8 be an ordinary person? The male disciple who had shot out explosively only needed to slap down with his palm. The vigorous force of his palm tore apart the invisible force that was spreading towards him. Then, without slowing down, his swift and fierce figure continued to surge towards Cher. Unable to stop him, Cher's beautiful face remained calm. She unhurriedly formed another seal with her jade-like hands. Then, a huge hand suddenly descended from the sky above her head. Boom! The giant hand slammed down, shattering the endless space in an instant. Such power could only be described as terrifying. However, As the huge hands smashed down, a divine weapon condensed from chi energy appeared in the male disciple's hand. Lines that seemed to be wrapped in flames slowly squirmed on the huge blade. The aura that spread from it was extremely sharp. It was as if no matter how strong one's defense was, it would ultimately be destroyed in the face of this huge blade. Boom! Boundless rumbling sounds once again rang out. This kind of commotion was similar to the previous exchange between Zhou Ye and Luo Yu, causing the crowd to be dazzled. It was too much for their eyes to take in. Senior brother Pang Cheng's strength is truly formidable. Such strength is already not inferior to senior brother Zhou Ye and senior sister Luo Yu. That's only natural. How could there be a fellow who is able to reach the top 16? Speaking of which, junior sister Yan Shui is even more shocking. After all, her cultivation seems to only be at the 5th level of the Yuanying stage. If you put it this way, then isn't Yan Yun even more amazing? His cultivation seems to only be at the 3rd level of the Yuanying stage, the same as us. This, without comparison, there would be no harm. For a moment, many Yuanying stage 3 disciples lowered their heads in shame. However, Yan Chutian did not have the mood to care about these discussions about him. At this moment, he was tightly staring at Cher on the stage. He could sense that Pang Qing should be the strongest opponent that Cher had faced in this assessment. Sogu. Chapter 637. The fierce battle continued, and after the fierce collision, the two of them kept retreating. The impact of the collision was extremely huge, so when the two of them retreated, they naturally had to use their own methods to disperse the residual force of the impact. Cher's delicate body was agile, and she took a few steps in the air, shattering the space and immediately stabilizing her delicate body. Pang Qing was obviously much more ordinary. As he kept retreating, his feet left one imprint after another on the arena. In the end, he dissipated all the residual force. Then, he slowly raised his head and looked at Shui with a solemn expression that had never been seen before. Even though he already knew that this seemingly delicate young girl was definitely not to be underestimated, he still had a feeling that she was not to be underestimated. However, only by truly exchanging blows with him would he know exactly how strong he was. It seemed that he couldn't hide his strength anymore. Only by using his strongest strength could he defeat her. With this thought in mind, Pang Qing naturally no longer hesitated. As the seals in his hands rapidly formed, a vast amount of spiritual energy swept out. It was an extremely terrifying aura. No one who could reach the threshold of the top 8 was ordinary, and Pang Qing was obviously one as well. Therefore, even if it was just a move, many disciples seemed to be aware of his intention. In the next moment, many exclamations immediately sounded. Senior brother Pang Qing is going to use the Saint Origin art. The Saint Origin art is an extremely amazing spiritual art. It can transform one's spiritual energy into Saint Origin art. The lethality of Saint Origin art can only be described as terrifying to ordinary spiritual energy or aura. Although the Saint Origin art is strong, the backlash is also not small. Senior brother Pang Qing is already preparing to use this art. It seems that he also feels a lot of pressure. Saint Origin art? Looking at Pang Qing, who was accumulating power and emitting a strange aura, Yan Chutian couldn't help but tighten his eyes. Although he didn't know about the Saint Origin art, it didn't prevent him from sensing the terrifying power it contained. Although he knew everything about Shui, he had never asked her in detail. He didn't know what level she had reached, and whether she had any powerful means. Thus, how could he not be worried about whether or not Shui would be able to block such an extraordinary spirit technique? But no matter how worried Yan Chutian was, he knew that he could only watch this scene unfold. Because he knew that he couldn't protect Cher for a lifetime. As she continued to grow, she would eventually have to learn to rely on her own strength. What's more, in the sight of many outer and even inner elders, he couldn't possibly interfere. At the same time, The Saint Origin art power in Pang Cheng's hands seemed to have accumulated to the extreme. However, he didn't immediately activate it. Instead, he suppressed the violent power in his hand as he slowly spoke to Shui. Junior sister Yanxue, this is my strongest Saint Origin art. Even if I can control it, once it erupts, I will no longer be able to control. So, if junior sister feels that you can't win, you can say it now. Pang Qing didn't follow up with a otherwise, but everyone knew what this otherwise meant. So at this moment, the crowd couldn't help but feel anxious. But then, a girl's voice, although delicate, was filled with determination, immediately sounded. Senior brother Pang Qing, please enlighten me. Although her words were simple, the meaning behind them couldn't be more obvious. So, how could Pang Qing hesitate after hearing this? Along with the offending words, the Saint Origin art in his hands finally erupted. Pang Cheng's berserk energy was like a holy lotus as it slowly floated out of his hand. However, when the Saint Lotus floated out and the heart of the flower completely unfolded, the crowd couldn't feel the slightest bit of beauty anymore. Instead, it was as if it could destroy the world and tear the world apart. And the direction of this terrifying power was where Cher was. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion shook the world in the next moment. Huge energy ripples spread out and a dazzling light burst out. It was enough to make countless disciples avoid it and not dare to raise their heads to look. Only the outer court elders and the few inner court elders who were sitting high on the cloud platforms could ignore such an astonishing commotion. After a long while, the astonishing commotion slowly subsided. When it subsided, the crowd naturally sighed at the terrifying power of Pang Cheng's Saint Origin art. But of course, there were also many people who felt pity for Cher. This was because in the crowd's opinion, the only genius who had entered the top 16 with Luo Yu was going to stop here. However, right at this moment, when the fluctuations completely calmed down and the scene on the stage became clear again, everyone was shocked to see that at the source of the surging rumbling, there was actually a round egg of light that emitted a faint purple light. Even the terrifying power of the Saint Origin art didn't seem to be able to damage the light egg at all. Then, a crack suddenly appeared from the inside of the egg and spread to the entire body of the egg. Then, when the egg of light completely shattered, the young girl Shui, who was completely unharmed, appeared in the world again. Yan Chutian softly sighed in relief when he saw the unscathed girl. Originally, he had thought of the worst-case scenario, but it seemed that he had underestimated the girl before him. On the other side, Luo Yu also softly sighed in relief at this moment. After all, even she, who had been accompanying the girl all this time, didn't know what kind of methods the girl had grasped. At the same time, a pair of eyes looked over from the horizon. The eyes of the elder from the Overlord's sword faction flickered slightly. Then, he slowly said without concealing anything, "This little girl is really not simple. No wonder Elder Shui Yun likes her." However, that beautiful woman did not reply to his words. She only used her beautiful eyes to look at the incomparably dazzling figure on the stage. Soon after, a mumble slowly sounded out. "It seems like I can't give this girl to your profound spirit lineage." Pang Qing couldn't help but smile bitterly as he looked at the girl who seemed to be unscathed even after using his Saint Origin art. He finally understood that the opportunity to enter the inner sect was going to be missed by him. After all, the Saint Origin technique was, as he had said before, his strongest technique and his last resort. If even his Saint Origin art was useless, what else could he do? Knowing that there was nothing he could do, Pang Qing was extremely free and easy. He immediately smiled and said, "Since junior sister has blocked this Pang's Saint Origin art, I admit that I'm no match for her. I admit defeat." Before his voice faded, Pang Qing had already rushed down the arena. However, he didn't leave. Instead, he sat cross-legged somewhere in the crowd and began to recover. Clearly, even if he failed, he didn't want to miss today's grand occasion. At the same time, earth-shaking cheers suddenly sounded from all over the crowd. Unlike Yen Chutian, a proud girl like Cher was extremely popular the moment she appeared. This was something that men couldn't be envious of. Knowing that she had won in the end, Cher's pretty face was filled with joy. However, she didn't stand on the arena to enjoy the glory. Instead, she immediately pushed off the ground and dragged her weak body into Yen Chutian's arms. Advancing to the top 8 and confirming her qualifications to enter the inner sect. She only wanted to share this joy with her big brother Yen. However, what Shui did not know was that her action of throwing herself into Yen Chutian's arms had instantly caused countless male disciples who were cheering for her to immediately cast looks of jealousy towards Yen Chutian. This made Yen Chutian feel a little ashamed. However, after sensing the weakness of the girl in his arms, he didn't push her away in the end and allowed her to play such a little tantrum. However, at this time, Yen Chutian didn't know that a beautiful figure sitting cross-legged in a corner of the crowd gradually looked over. Following that, her beautiful eyes that had always been calm were filled with a thick sense of envy that kept surging. No matter how intense the atmosphere was, there would eventually be a time when it calmed down, especially when the 4th round of the top 8 was about to begin. Therefore, gradually, the crowd's eyes once again converged on the arena that was the focus of everyone's attention. However, at this moment, Yen Chutian was no longer interested in watching this round of the top 8. This was because he was very clear that the next round of the top 8, which was the 5th round, was the time for him to go up the arena. The grudges between him and Guo Hong would be completely settled in the next round. Bookmark for easy reading. Chapter 638. On the stage, the vigorous qi was constantly fluctuating. This meant that the two sides fighting on the stage had already entered a white-hot state. But no matter how intense the battle was, there would still be a time when it would end. Sure enough, after the fierce battle lasted for an incense stick of time, one of the two sides was finally defeated. However, even the disciple who won had an extremely pale face at this moment. Obviously, such a battle was not a small test for him. Furthermore, it was already lucky for him to be able to win in the end. Just like before, the winner enjoyed the glory, while the loser could only end up in a gloomy state. The battle of the top 8 came to an end, and the atmosphere of the crowd calmed down a little. But at the same time, Yen Chutian's gaze became even sharper, because he was very clear that after this battle, it would be his turn to compete with Guo Hong. At first, Yen Chutian was indifferent towards Guo Hong. But as the former approached her step by step for some groundless reason, she felt as though she had no idea what he was doing. Between the two, it had already become a situation where one of them would not rest until one of them was dead. Even if it did not reach the point where one of them would fall, at the very least, they would have to determine the winner with their own strength in front of everyone's eyes. Coincidentally, this battle of the top 8 that everyone was watching just happened to be such an opportunity. The scene was silent for a moment, but soon, the ancient sound of the bell rang out once again. As the ancient bell rang, the originally quiet atmosphere of the crowd once again became turbulent. Countless gazes in the plaza tacitly looked towards Yen Chutian and Guo Hong. If it was an ordinary disciple, after facing Guo Hong, all the disciples would definitely feel that their defeat was inevitable. But this disciple was Yen Chutian, so it was difficult for them to make a conclusion. After all, along the way, Yen Chutian had already used his strength to tell everyone that he was definitely not a simple person. Not to mention, in the battles before the quarterfinals, he seemed to have displayed the spatial energy that only Heaven Palace realm cultivators could control. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, Yen Chutian no longer hesitated. With a single step, he leaped onto the enormous arena under the extremely nervous gaze of Cher beside him. At the same time, Guo Hong let out a cold snort and similarly flew up. His fluctuating aura was the first to surge out, and he also descended on one side of the stage. At this moment, both parties were present. It was also at this moment that not only did Yi Linlang and Luo Yu look over, but even the outer elders and inner elders on the cloud platform seemed to have looked over one after another. Although not all of these reasons were because of Yan Chutian, at least the majority of them were because of him. In the depths of the inner sex heavenly array lineage. Looking at the scene in the light screen, the girl's originally lazy expression suddenly became focused again. She stared intently at the slightly skinny figure in the light screen, and a contemplative and thoughtful look surfaced in her beautiful eyes. After a long while, she finally muttered to herself, "If I let you win, even if you can't get first place and can't choose which faction to enter, this lady will accept it." Beside the girl, on the other side of the stone table, the white-haired old man smiled without saying anything. His appearance seemed casual, but his gaze that inadvertently glanced at the light screen revealed a hint of anticipation. Dong, finally, this battle that had attracted everyone's attention, the broadest competition for the top 8, finally began with a majestic bell ring. As the ancient bell rang, Guohong was indeed the first to make his move. However, this was also in line with his character. He was ruthless and never gave others any chances. Crackle, a biting cold astral wind swept out, and within that violent astral wind, a pale palm brazenly grabbed out. This palm appeared pale and weak. However, the wild and violent strength surging within it easily tore apart space itself. At Guohong's level, not only could he shatter space with a breath, but every attack he launched had the power to shatter the heavens and split the earth. Sensing the violent astral wind that came before the attack even arrived, Yan Chutian did not dare to underestimate it. After all, he clearly understood that even if he had stepped into the peak of the 3rd level of the Yuanying school and could fight those above his level, he would not be able to gain much of an advantage against Guohong, who was at the 7th level of the Yuanying school. Therefore, in the face of this attack, he did not meet it head-on. Instead, he immediately used his profound shadow to contend with it. The violent attack came swiftly, but in the end it only tore apart an afterimage. However, Guohong was neither sad nor happy about this. After all, he already knew that Yan Chutian had a powerful movement technique. At this moment, it was indeed as he had expected. Since he already knew, he naturally had a way to deal with it. After his attack missed, he was not in a hurry to launch another attack. Instead, his right palm trembled slightly, and wisps of an indescribable dark aura continuously spread out. Then, with this dark substance following closely behind, he launched another attack. After that, even with the power of his profound shadow, Yan Chutian was still able to dodge many of the former's attacks. However, he suddenly realized that after every attack, a faint gray mark would be left behind on the space of the arena. Perhaps these marks were not very obvious at first, but as more and more gray marks appeared and did not dissipate for a long time, Yan Chutian finally sensed something. However, it was also at this moment that Guohong suddenly smiled strangely. Then, with a wave of his right palm, the remaining gray marks in the air actually turned into a waterfall that surged up. Although this waterfall did not seem to have any ferocious offensive power, Yan Chutian did not have much room to maneuver even if he used his profound shadow. After all, the space in this arena was not small, but it was actually only one area. In the arena. At the same time, the corners of Guohong's mouth curled into a cold smile. Then, without giving Yan Chutian any time to react, the power of the qi in his hand surged wildly, and an extremely violent aura soared into the sky. Great heaven-ripping hand! Boom! The vast giant palm surged down. With just one attack, the space on the arena was completely shattered, and the impact of the ripples was extremely majestic, enough to make many spectating disciples tremble in fear. It was also because of this that many disciples could not help but be surprised in their hearts. Could it be that because Yan Chutian was unable to react in time, this battle ended so quickly? Very soon, everyone knew the result. When the ripples dissipated and the fluctuations also calmed down, a giant lotus that was already covered in cracks could be seen floating above Yan Chutian's body. From the looks of it, it was obvious that this giant lotus had blocked Guohong's violent attack for the former. After that, the giant lotus gradually dispersed, but it did not shatter. Instead, it turned into vines that slowly merged into the arena ground around Yan Chutian. How could the crowd not understand such a situation? The former had unknowingly set up a formation in the dark. This scene caused Cher, who was below the stage, to secretly sigh in relief. Just a moment ago, she was really worried that Yan Chutian would lose in a panic. At the same time, Luo Yu, who was watching this scene, was also slightly shocked. But soon after, that fair and delicate face didn't show any surprise in the end. This was because she could clearly sense that although the power of Yan Chutian's formation was astonishing, this formation was clearly only for defense. Although she firmly understood that setting up a killing formation was extremely easy for others to detect. But also because of this, a defensive formation might be able to block for a while, but how long could it last? Also, if it only blocked, it would be at a disadvantage. On the arena, sensing the faintly discernible giant formation, Guohong could not say that it was ugly, but it was definitely not good. This was because even if there was not much hope, he more or less had the idea of being able to defeat it in one strike. But it seemed that this bug was indeed very troublesome. However, even if this was the case, he was not afraid at all. After all, how long could a defensive formation last under his attacks? Therefore, Guohong once again drew the remaining gray marks in the air, and then continuously sent out violent attacks. The power of each attack was extremely terrifying, enough to tear apart a 6th-level Yuanian cultivator. As for Yan Chutian, he could only use the mysterious shadow movement technique to barely escape, and then cooperate with the defensive formation to continuously block. However, under the continuous barrage of attacks, this defensive formation, which was not perfect to begin with, naturally crumbled even more. After blocking it again, the 3 branches of the vines exploded with a loud bang, leaving behind the same broken limbs that once again merged into the ground of the arena. Sogu. Chapter 639. Such a situation unavoidably caused Cher's heart to tighten again. After all, no matter how she looked at it, Yan Chutian's current situation was extremely bad. On the arena, although the lotus vines were still slowly merging into the surroundings, Guohong was very clear that this defensive array had already been broken by him. Even if it was brute force, as long as the balance of the array was broken, then no matter how stable it was previously, it would be like a house without a foundation. Even the slightest movement could destroy it. Therefore, in such a situation, how could he give his opponent any leeway to repair it? Immediately, as he formed a seal, a violent aura swept up, once again transforming into a huge palm, tearing through space and suppressing towards Yan Chutian. Boom! A deafening roar resounded, but soon after, there was a deliberately suppressed muffled groan. Many gazes converged, and shockingly, on the arena, the giant lotus guardian formed by several vines had been completely shattered like tofu in front of everyone's eyes. At the same time, the surging remnant force blasted Yan Chutian more than 10 feet away, and he was already close to the edge of the arena, with no room for retreat. However, even if Yan Chutian was forced to such a state, Guohong still did not have the slightest intention of hesitating. Once again forming a seal, an extremely violent spiritual energy surged, surging in the palm, condensing into an unimaginably terrifying fluctuation. Underworld's sacred ancient seal. Accompanied by a cold shout, a strange ancient seal with a pitch-black color gradually rose in the midst of the violent and terrifying fluctuation. The ancient seal was pitch-black, without any other colors or decorations. However, it was this ordinary-looking ancient seal that faintly emitted a ripple that was sufficient to cause many of the spectating disciples to feel a chill continuously surge up from the soles of their feet. Underworld's sacred ancient seal. He even directly used such a spiritual technique. Somewhere in the crowd, Hu Yuan's eyes narrowed. Ordinary disciples did not know the power of the underworld's sacred ancient seal, but he was all too clear. This was because he had challenged Guohong in the past. However, in the end, without exception, he was defeated by Guohong, and it was also because of the underworld's sacred ancient seal. Even now, he did not have the confidence to block the power of the underworld's sacred ancient seal, not to mention that he could faintly feel that the power of the underworld's sacred ancient seal that Guohong had displayed was several times stronger than when he had faced him in the past. In this case, would Yen Yun, who had shocked him, be able to block it? Seeing the pitch-black ancient seal slowly descending, Yen Chutian's expression was also extremely grave. Because he could also sense exactly how shocking the destructive power contained within this ancient seal was. However, this was the reason for him to retreat. Closing his eyes slightly, the profound yang qi hidden in the depths of his body surged out like a river. Immediately after, an indescribable amount of vigorous power. Yen Chutian's muttering finally rang out after the power had completely surged into his palms. Mysterious yang scripture, mysterious yang devour. The moment he finished muttering, the underworld's sacred ancient seal finally descended. However, in the next moment, everyone's gazes were once again shocked. This was because under the convergence of many gazes, the descending ancient seal could be seen disappearing bit by bit between Yen Chutian's gradually opened palms. The atmosphere suddenly became shocking at this moment. Even though Yen Chutian had displayed this method several times before. However, when he used it again, it still caused everyone to be shocked. This was because they were truly unable to imagine what method Yen Chutian had used to silently dissolve Guohong's terrifying underworld's sacred ancient seal. Could it really be the power of space? Looking at this scene, Hu Yuan let out a soft sigh of relief. Immediately after, his gaze towards Yen Chutian was also filled with shock. This method was truly unimaginable for him. Could it really be the power of space? Similarly, looking at this scene, Luo Yu's beautiful eyes also moved slightly. However, although this was extremely similar to the power of space, she faintly felt that there was something different. After all, Yuanying's third layer had touched the power of space. This was simply too unbelievable. However, she was very clear that she would soon find out what exactly it was. This was because with Guohong's character, he would definitely not back down because of this. Damn it! Looking at his underworld sacred ancient seal being easily devoured, Guohong's expression became ugly. That was because even he did not expect that even his own attack would be so easily swallowed up, unable to cause any ripples. In this situation, could it be that the other party had touched the power of space like Yi Linlang? Thinking of this possibility, Guohong's expression became extremely angry. He could not accept that a once insignificant ant could touch the power of space so much earlier than him. No, it was definitely not the power of space. It was fine if Yi Linlang could touch it. However, it was impossible for the ant in front of him to do so. He just did not know what strange technique he had used. In short, it was impossible for him, Guohong, to admit defeat so easily. With this thought, Guohong suddenly raised his head. Immediately after, the violent spiritual energy in his palm surged and gathered once again. This was the power of the underworld's sacred ancient seal from before. As expected, a moment later, a pitch-black ancient seal once again descended into the world. Moreover, the fluctuations that filled the air were even stronger than before. However, at this moment, the crowd was no longer worried about Yen Chutian's condition. After all, from their point of view, as long as Yen Chutian used the same technique as before, so what if Guohong continuously used the underworld's sacred ancient seal? That strange power, which was similar to senior brother Ye's, had already placed him in an invincible position. In the end, it would probably be the final battle between him and senior brother Yi with this strange and unpredictable power. However, they did not know that at this moment, in the depths of Yen Chutian's heart, He felt another underworld sacred ancient seal descend and had already let out a soft sigh. Yan Chutian could only sigh. Guohong's cultivation was much higher than his. This was the reason why he could unleash such terrifying attacks without any restraint. However, even if he knew, so what? This was the truth, and there was no way to change it. However, this made Yan Chutian secretly confirm that this battle with Guohong would have to go all out. With this thought, Yan Chutian did not hesitate at all. The mysterious yang qi in the depths of his body surged crazily once again. Even if it was impossible, he wanted to try and see if the mysterious yang devour could be used continuously. However, as soon as he used it, he could feel the enormous pressure in his arms, which was overloaded. Just as his palms came into contact with each other, streaks of blood continuously gushed out from various parts of his arms. An indescribable pain spread to every part of his body. However, no matter what, Yan Chutian clenched his teeth and did not allow himself to cry out in the slightest. Under such a huge price, the mysterious yang devour was finally opened little by little. Just by opening it, it had already reached its limit. When the underworld sacred ancient seal descended, although more than half of it disappeared under the mysterious yang devour that Yan Chutian had forcefully opened, the remaining power still exploded in front of Yan Chutian. Boom! A majestic roar resounded throughout the entire place. This scene also caused the originally calm crowd's expression to change abruptly. Because this scene seemed to be somewhat different from what they had expected? At the same time, Guohong's gloomy and ugly expression suddenly turned into one of ecstasy. Sure enough, the other party did not use the power of space. It was just that he did not know what kind of spell he used. As long as it was a spiritual spell, how could there be no limit? With his strength, being able to swallow one of his underworld sacred ancient seals should be his limit. If he wanted to forcefully swallow a second one, what else could it be but courting death? Brother Yen. Below the stage, Cher's pretty face changed drastically. Unprecedented worry and even fear surged on her beautiful face without any concealment. At the same time, Mu Yoshue could no longer maintain her calm. Her usually calm heart was already trembling violently. This scene also made Luo Yu secretly shake her head. The development of the situation, even if she did not want it to be like this, but in the end, it was still developing in the direction she had expected. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 640. When the violent tremors finally stopped, the shattered space slowly returned to normal. Everyone could clearly see a miserable figure standing on the messy stage. His clothes were completely shredded. In fact, there were even glaring bloodstains vaguely visible under some of the fragments. This caused many disciples to secretly swallow a mouthful of saliva. It was not difficult for them to imagine that even though Yan Chutian had barely blocked Guohong's underworld sacred ancient seal, he had already reached his limit. More importantly, this appearance showed that his strange ability to obliterate the attacks of others was not something that he could do as he pleased, and there was no limit to it. At the same time, at the center of the messy stage, Yan Chutian was silently suppressing the chaotic blood and qi in his body as a trace of helplessness quietly flashed across his heart. As expected, it was unrealistic to frequently use the mysterious Sun Devour. Even if he could barely use it, the backlash would be too strong. Moreover, the might of the mysterious Sun Devour would be greatly reduced if he used it so frequently. If he had not relied on the defense of the mysterious Sun Body, he would have been severely injured and defeated. Haha, it's really as I thought. Your so-called control over space is nothing more than a facade of nothingness. With this technique, you might be able to barely make it into the top 8. Unfortunately, you met me at the doorstep of the top 8. Guohong's undisguised sneer slowly sounded. He no longer looked at Yan Chutian with a grave expression like before. Instead, he had regained his initial arrogance. In his opinion, he had already found the flaw in Yan Chutian's mysterious Sun Devour. The latter's messy appearance was the best proof. You should be proud that a paper tiger like you can fight with me, Guohong, to this stage. So now, get the hell out of here. At this point, a cold light surged in the depths of Guohong's eyes. To think that he had looked at this smelly bug with a grave expression and had even almost used his final strength. From the looks of it, he had clearly overestimated Lin Dong's strength. Buzz! An ancient buzzing sound suddenly rang out, and immediately after, from Guohong's palms, there was once again an extremely vigorous qi ji crazily surging. Although it was not the underworld's sacred ancient seal, it was a spiritual art that was not any weaker than the underworld's sacred ancient seal. This scene caused many of the spectating disciples to involuntarily sigh. Guohong was truly worthy of being ranked in the top 3. With such strength, even if he encountered the invincible Yi Linlang, he would be able to fight head-on. As for Yen Yun, his so-called mysterious technique had already been exposed. In that case, it was likely that he would be completely annihilated by Guohong's soul art, right? Profound underworld sacred finger. Just as Guohong's qi had gathered to its peak and was about to tear through space, Yi Zichen's eyes widened. In the end, he gently extended his right palm and pointed in the direction of Yan Chutian. At the same time, an illusory figure tore through space above Guohong's head and appeared out of thin air. Just like Guohong, it also pointed a finger. The turbulent destructive fluctuations that poured out from this finger immediately swept towards Yan Chutian like a river. The terrifying power of this finger was even stronger than the underworld's sacred ancient seal from before. This scene caused many of the spectating disciples to no longer want to watch. This was because in their opinion, Yan Chutian's defeat was already set in stone. In the end, no matter how dazzling a dark horse was, he would still fall at the hands of a veteran top disciple. Sigh. This scene involuntarily caused Luoyu to sigh softly. Even though she did not pay much attention to Yan Chutian in the beginning, because of Cher, she had also witnessed his growth. Actually, to be able to stand in front of Guohong in such a short period of time and erupt with a strength that shocked even herself was enough to be called outstanding. However, reality was cruel. Today, he would still be defeated by Guohong. He would fall before the top 8, which was also the threshold to enter the inner court. Staring blankly at the scene on the stage, Cher bit her red lips tightly. She could even feel a trace of blood. However, she did not care about this at all. She only stared fixedly at the figure on the stage. Impossible. She absolutely did not believe that Big Brother Yen would lose like this. Sensing Cher's reaction, Luoyu could not help but sigh. However, she did not say anything. After being together for so long, she already knew what kind of existence Yan Chutian was to her. Once such an existence collapsed, it would naturally be difficult for her to accept. At the same time, on the stage, feeling the destructive ripples gradually approaching, Yan Chutian did not resist. He only secretly pressed his hand on the ground beside him for the last time. However, this seemingly simple action caused the eyes of the 4 inner court elders on the cloud platform to move in an instant. Perhaps others could not see it clearly, but at their level, how could they not understand what the aura that surged in that instant was? They did not say how surprised they were. Instead, after being slightly stunned, they secretly revealed a look of anticipation. It seemed that there would be a good show to watch in this competition. It's over just like that? Through the screen of light, the girl watched as the extremely powerful destructive ripples continuously descended. It was so much so that it was about to engulf Yan Chutian's figure. Although this was what she had said and what she had always wanted to see. However, when she truly saw it, a strand of an unpleasant feeling emerged in her heart. It seemed that it was also because of this that the girl did not have the time to care. The old man on the other side of the stone table, at this moment, had a bright light continuously diffusing out from the depths of his eyes. The light in his eyes was as if he had seen something incredible. On the square, the destructive ripples completely descended. The dazzling and eye-catching radiance also completely engulfed Yan Chutian's figure. At this moment, Guohong's face already revealed a thick and sinister smile. In the end, this bug was still under his feet. Moreover, at this moment, he had already stepped into the top 8, which meant that he had already stepped into the threshold of the inner court. Because of Yi Linlang, there was no hope for him to fight for the championship, and he could not choose whether or not he could enter the Tianyong faction. However, with his own strength, it was not impossible for him to obtain the 3rd or 2nd position. At that time, even if he could not enter the Tianyong faction, he would still be equally dazzling. Under such imagination, even Guohong did not notice that below the destructive ripples, there seemed to be a strand of inconspicuous light that slowly shone out. Although the light was weak, the speed at which it spread was extremely fast. In a short span of a few breaths, the originally weak light had already covered the sky and the sun. At the same time, no matter how dazzling the destructive ripples were, they were unable to cover this light. It was naturally impossible for such a commotion to not attract the attention of the crowd. It was also because of this that many of the disciples, who had thought that the dust had already settled, couldn't help but move their eyes at this moment. Could it be that something unexpected was about to happen? As if responding to the shock in the hearts of the crowd, in the next instant, the light completely exploded. It actually suppressed the destructive ripples bit by bit until it finally completely eroded them. The instant the destructive ripples completely disappeared, a huge formation that covered the sky and covered the entire stage finally appeared in front of the crowd's eyes. This? Luo Yu's pretty face changed. An unprecedented expression of disbelief immediately surfaced. She had never imagined that such a shocking change would occur at this moment. Moreover, if this was the case, it seemed that Yan Chutian had begun to set up this formation when he set up the first defensive formation. After all, this formation was not hastily set up. In other words, it was likely that the other party had anticipated such an outcome at the first moment and was also preparing for such an outcome. She had still underestimated him. To think that under such circumstances, he would still be able to settle down and set up such a grand formation in secret. Such attainments in the Array Dao can be said to be not small. I wonder why the Heavenly Array faction gave up on recruiting him. On the cloud platform, the elder of the Blood Spirit faction, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke slowly. Although his tone was indifferent, he did not hide the hint of admiration in his voice. Hearing his words, the other 3 inner court elders did not refute but secretly nodded their heads. He actually set up such a formation in secret. Across the light screen, the pretty face of the young girl in the courtyard deep within the inner court was also shocked. Even she did not realize it. While she was shocked, a trace of joy appeared on her fair and delicate face. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 641. As he gazed at the enormous formation that enveloped the entire surroundings and even enveloped him, Guohong's originally overjoyed expression instantly became extremely gloomy. He was extremely annoyed because it had already come to such an extent, yet the other party was still sticking to him like a piece of gum that refused to let go. Wouldn't it be better for the other party to quietly lose at his hands and become a stepping stone for him, Guohong? His expression was extremely annoyed. Thus, Guohong wouldn't hesitate in the slightest when he made his next move. With a raise of his hand, the energy of energy that was like an ocean swept out, and it had already charged straight towards the center of the formation. With his eyesight, it was naturally not difficult to discern that the center of the grand formation was where the formation was located. So long as he destroyed the core of the formation, it would naturally be the time for the formation to collapse. The energy of energy that was like an indiscriminate bombardment tore through space madly and charged straight towards the core of the formation. The situation went smoothly beyond Guohong's expectations. But it was also because of this that it faintly caused Guohong to feel slightly uneasy in his heart. Because even if he didn't understand Yan Chutian, he was able to imagine that a formation that Yan Chutian had painstakingly set up couldn't possibly be so simple. But an arrow on the string had to be released. Thus, since he had already made a move, Guohong naturally had no reason to stop. Boom! Thus, when his palm pressed down, countless violent energies instantly descended and completely tore apart the core of the formation that wasn't very conspicuous. When they saw this scene, the surrounding crowd was slightly surprised and bewildered. Could it be that the grand formation that Yen Yun painstakingly set up was actually unable to withstand a single blow and was easily broken apart? At this moment, the expressions of a few disciples that had seen Yan Chutian's formation changed abruptly. Because they were clearly aware that this formation wasn't terrifying when it first appeared. Only by tearing apart its outer appearance would its loftiness be completely revealed. At the instant the core of the formation was torn apart by Guohong, he didn't even have the time to rejoice when seemingly boundless energy of the Tao of formations shot into the sky from the torn formation core. Even if it was him, Guohong, he was directly blasted away by this vast energy, and he fell over 30 m away and practically fell to the edge of the arena. This scene had a huge impact on the crowd, to the extent that many disciples were directly dumbfounded, unable to speak. After all, in their eyes, Guohong was one of the top 3 geniuses in the outer sect. But now, he was in such a sorry state in the top 8. However, when the power of the formation path attacked, the complete state of the gigantic formation was revealed, and the might of the formation could be felt faintly. In an instant, many disciples faintly felt relieved, because the power emitted by this formation seemed to be a little too frightening. What kind of formation is this? How can it be so powerful? The other party took the opportunity to set up such a terrifying formation. I'm afraid that senior brother Guohong really has the possibility of capsizing today. Such a formation is probably enough to kill a level 7 Yuanian cultivator. Is that it? A lot of discussions sounded from all directions of the crowd. At this moment, the countless gazes that were looking at Yan Chutian were filled with even more reverence than before, because this situation had already made them involuntarily think of a possibility. Perhaps today, even Guohong could be killed by this dark horse. Such a situation naturally caused Guohong's already gloomy face to instantly become extremely gloomy. How could he allow such a result to happen? Underworld's sacred ancient seal. Mysterious underworld's sacred finger. In his rage, he did not hesitate to use all of his strength and crazily mobilized all of the spiritual energy hidden in the depths of his body. A majestic aura that could overturn rivers and seas swept up, and a finger and a seal gradually took shape in that majestic aura. At this moment, the aura that spread out was also enough to shock a level 7 Yuanian cultivator. In fact, at this moment, the crowd was also shocked that Guohong could consecutively display 2 powerful spirit arts. However, when they looked at the extremely powerful formation again, they secretly shook their heads. Because at this moment, even the many disciples who were originally biased towards Guohong no longer thought that he could have much of an advantage in front of this formation. And the result seemed to be out of everyone's expectations. The power of the finger and the seal bombarded out consecutively, but in the end, under the impact of the formation's torrent, they melted and collapsed bit by bit. However, this scene was not only within everyone's expectations, but also within Yan Chutian's expectations. This was the advantage of a formation. Otherwise, it would be meaningless to painstakingly delay and secretly set it up from the beginning. Although the formation was troublesome, when it was truly set up, it would not let down the expectations of the person who set it up. However, looking at the scene in front of him that seemed to be the end of the game, Yan Chutian faintly felt that Guohong would not be defeated just like this. At this moment, although Yan Chutian was cautious, in the eyes of many disciples, with this formation that he painstakingly set up, Yen Chutian had already locked in the victory. They really did not expect that even Guo Hong would be defeated in his hands, and be eliminated from the top 8. However, at this moment the formation's torrent completely poured over. Not only did it melt Guo Hong's attack, but it also swallowed his body. An undetectable scarlet light suddenly flashed at a corner of the stage. However, even though it was only for an instant, everyone was shocked to see that the corner where the red light flashed past had actually torn open a gap in the enormous array that covered the entire arena. Even though the gap was extremely small, it was definitely not fake if it was real. Such a scene naturally caused everyone to acutely sense it. Could it be that another anomaly was about to occur? As if in accordance with everyone's guess, in the next instant, another 2 scarlet lights flashed in succession. Following the flash of the red light, the torrential torrent, the descending formation's torrent was forcefully torn apart by the heavy sword, and swiftly collapsed like a dam bursting. However, the crowd no longer cared about the destruction of the formation's torrent. Instead, their gazes were tightly focused on the figure that was flickering with blood-red light under the collapsing torrent. He was Guo Hong. Oh? This is the aura of the Yang God Canon. This guy has actually mastered the Yang God Canon? On the cloud platform, the elder from the Xue Ling faction suddenly softly muttered. Immediately after, he turned his gaze towards the elder from the Tianyang faction. He was not the only one. The elder from the Overlord Sword faction and the beauty from the Freezing Sky faction also did the same. This was because they clearly knew that the Yang God Canon was the famous technique of the Tianyang faction. Upon seeing this, the elder from the Tianyang faction remained calm and unhurriedly said, "If one has successfully mastered the Yang God Canon, the qi and blood around his body would be golden, and his Yang qi would be formed naturally. How could he be so bloody and fiendish? It seems that he must have coincidentally obtained a remnant of the Yang God Canon. After some refinement, he was able to cultivate it to such an appearance." After hearing the old man's words, the other 3 looked at Guo Hong, who was surrounded by a bloody aura. However, they did not say anything else. In their opinion, this was the only possibility. However, it was also at this moment that the elder from the Tianyang faction slowly spoke again. However, even though it is a remnant of the Yang God Canon, he has still managed to cultivate it to such an appearance. At the very least, the outcome of this battle has already been decided. This is... At this moment, Luo Yu was also unable to grasp the situation before her eyes. She did not expect that Guo Hong would suddenly become like this. However, she was someone with status after all. Based on Guo Hong's situation, she had also abruptly connected the dots within a short period of time, causing her pretty face to become even more shocked. This is the Yang God Canon? But how is this possible? How could he have touched the Yang God Canon? Moreover, if one has successfully mastered the Yang God Canon, they would also be surrounded by golden Yang Qi. This is definitely not the case. In an instant, too many thoughts flashed through her mind, but the results were all the same. She already felt that Yen Chutian was in danger again. "Grandfather, is this the Yang God Canon?" Separated by a screen of light, the young girl suddenly looked towards the elder on the other side of the stone table in the depths of the intersex Heaven Array faction. Hearing this, the elder's eyes flickered slightly as he slowly shook his head. He should have been lucky enough to obtain a remnant of the Yang God Canon. After some research, he managed to cultivate it to such an appearance. However, even if that is the case, given the strength that he has displayed earlier, I'm afraid that even this formation will not be able to defeat him. After all, although this formation is mysterious and Yen Yun's attainments in the Tao of formations are also extraordinary, his cultivation level is ultimately a little low. Cultivation was ultimately the foundation of everything. This was evident from the fact that one could only step into the Tao of formations after stepping into a certain cultivation level. Since one's cultivation level was like this, The might of the formation that was set up could not escape the connection. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 642. On the arena, the blood aura around Guohong surged. Even when he raised his eyes, there seemed to be a scarlet blood aura surging. He was like the legendary blood Azura of Hell, walking on blood. In the depths of the blood aura, Guohong's scarlet eyes gradually looked into the distance. Finally, they converged on one side of the great array, where Yan Chutian's expression had become unprecedentedly solemn at this moment. However, it was not enough to make the other party solemn. Every time he used the Blood God Codex, it would severely deplete his blood aura, and even damage the foundation of his cultivation. Therefore, since the other party was like an unkillable bug, forcing him to use the final Blood God Codex, then he would have to pay the price in blood for this. With this thought in mind, Guohong suddenly waved his right palm without saying a word. However, this seemingly light palm actually brought forth a torrential wave of blood behind Guohong. It was as if waves were surging up one after another. Following that, the power of the blood wave continued to spread in all directions. Every collision was accompanied by a dazzling scarlet flash of blood. At the same time, there was the sound of the great array shattering. In almost a dozen breaths of time, cracks of various sizes appeared on the originally extremely powerful giant array that could kill a 7th-layer Yuanian cultivator. At the same time, the surging blood aura became even more turbulent. As the waves surged, even space could not stop its footsteps, and was accompanied by collapse and destruction. Looking at this scene, many disciples around the arena were shocked at this moment, even though they had experienced the shock of Yan Chutian setting up the array. This was because they found it hard to imagine just how powerful Guohong had become at the moment. Everyone knew how powerful a great array that could kill a 7th-layer Yuanian cultivator was. However, even so, the great array was easily torn apart. Could it be that the current Guohong had already stepped into the 8th layer of Yuaniing? Looking at the bloody Guohong on the arena, even though Luo Yu found it hard to believe that this was the Yang God Codex, the situation was still developing in that direction. Even though Yan Chutian's performance was shocking, Guohong was not a simple person. He also had such a shocking method hidden. In this way, how could he win? Did he cultivate the incomplete Yang God Codex? Yi Linlang whispered to himself. When he looked at the figure on the arena with a bloody aura, there was not the slightest bit of fear between his brows, only his usual calmness. If someone else showed such a reaction, they would definitely be laughed at, but he was Yi Linlang, the number 1 disciple of the outer sect. Therefore, no one was surprised that he had such a reaction. Whether it was the cloud platform or the cloud platform, the inner and outer sect elders who cast their gazes over could not help but feel that the dust had settled. In the end, the dark horse was still defeated by the veteran. In the hands of the disciple. However, this was also a matter of fate. After all, no matter how many methods he had, his cultivation was still lacking by quite a bit. At the same time, the formation, which was already full of cracks, was completely torn apart by Guohong's blood chi sword, which he lifted from the blood waves, creating a huge gap. It was also this that caused the great array's aura to retreat bit by bit, allowing the surging bloody aura to be completely released. It covered the sky and the sun, like a cloud enveloping the arena. At the same time, even the spectating disciples who still supported Yan Chutian completely gave up hope at this moment. After all, from their point of view, even the amazing great array that they had painstakingly prepared for a long time was broken by Guohong. They really could not imagine what other methods Yan Chutian could use to deal with Guohong. However, even if he lost, there would not be any more disciples, or rather, there would not be any more disciples to ridicule him. This was because he was already a legend to be able to force Guohong, who was ranked 3rd in the outer sect, into such a desperate situation with his Yuaniing 3rd-level cultivation. He already had the strength to match up to the top 8. It was a pity that he met Guohong in the battle for the top 8. Crash! Stepping on the surging bloody aura waves, Guohong shattered the space with one step, and also tore a huge gap in the broken great array. With the help of this rebound force, he had already jumped above Yan Chutian's head, and his cold face, which was also filled with bloody aura, was completely facing the former's face. Then, he still did not say anything. He just slowly raised his hand, and from the bloody aura waves behind him, another bloody aura sword slowly emerged. In the next moment, the raised bloody sword, accompanied by a sinister smile on Guohong's face, finally slashed towards Yan Chutian's location. Die! Boom! An earth-shattering roar resounded between heaven and earth. This scene also caused the hearts of many spectating disciples to tremble, because the power that surged out from this roar was a little too terrifying. With such an attack, Yen Yun would definitely be completely defeated. It was even possible that he would be seriously injured or even die. The former was acceptable, but the latter was a loss for the Firmament God Palace no matter what. However, this was something that could not be stopped. From the beginning of this assessment, it had already been stated that there was no limit to life and death. However, when the aftermath of the huge roar gradually dissipated, everyone was shocked to discover that in the center of the roar, although he was in an extremely sorry state, his appearance did not seem to be much different from before. This scene immediately caused the expressions of many disciples to change, because they could not imagine how exactly Yan Chutian had blocked such an attack. Haha! I really forgot, this smelly bug of yours has a strange spiritual art. Just as the crowd was puzzled, Guohong's cold laughter suddenly rang out in a sinister manner, causing everyone to immediately understand what was going on. However, after understanding, they also knew that Yan Chutian's spiritual art could not be used frequently, so what could he use to block the next attack? Everyone knew this, and Guohong, who had personally uncovered this secret, naturally knew it even better. Therefore, he slowly raised his right palm again, and from the depths of the bloody aura waves, gradually condensed a huge bloody aura sword. Even though he could faintly feel that the use of the Blood God Codex had reached its limit, it was still enough to withstand one more attack. He could still withstand one more attack, but what could his opponent use to block it? Therefore, with this attack, he would either kill or cripple that smelly bug. The moment the bloody sword slashed down, Guohong could not help but look at Yan Chutian's face again. He wanted to see the look of despair on his opponent's face in the face of despair, only then would he feel carefree. However, when he looked over, he suddenly realized that Yan Chutian did not reveal the look of despair he had expected. Instead, as he looked at the bloody sword that was gradually slashing down, a trace of anticipation continuously surged on his miserable and pale face. Pretending to be mysterious, Guohong inwardly shouted coldly. In his opinion, this was nothing more than his opponent pretending to be calm. Let's see if he can still show such a reaction after I tear apart all of his disguises. With this thought, the speed of the falling bloody sword increased by a notch. As it tore apart the space between heaven and earth, it seemed as if it wanted to tear the entire arena apart. However, in the end, he still did not understand Yan Chutian. If he was truly in a desperate situation, he would definitely not use a disguise to enjoy his last bit of pride. Therefore, his reaction already proved that he really did have a last resort. In fact, this last resort was the mysterious young swallow. Spending more than half of the time that could be used to cultivate on this technique, it naturally could not be so simple. And this was not simple. As long as the mysterious young swallow was reversed, it would become the mysterious young spit. As for the mysterious young spit, it was to swallow all of the attacks into that space and continuously fuse them in an indescribable manner until it reached the point of eruption. Originally, he wanted to leave this method for Yi Linlang. He wanted to use the mysterious young swallow to swallow the attacks of others along the way, and then release it unexpectedly at the end to defeat the former. However, it seemed that even with this method, it was impossible to win against Yi Linlang. However, to be able to use it on Guohong, it wasn't bad. After all, he did not want to fall at the threshold of the top 8, nor did he want to lose at the hands of Guohong. With this thought, Yan Chutian had already mobilized the last of the mysterious yang qi that he had accumulated in his body. The mysterious yang qi also surged and gathered on his palms, but immediately after, he did not open his hands, but closed them continuously. This was the mysterious yang scripture, mysterious yang spit. Add a bookmark to make it easier to read. Chapter 643. P.S. Blue Sky begs everyone, quickly subscribe. As long as there are subscriptions, Blue Sky will update every day even if it's a new year. As Yan Chutian's palms gradually closed, an invisible gap suddenly appeared. This seemingly ordinary gap seemed to be connected to two worlds, causing the surging and berserk energy on the other side to crazily pour out through this small gap. As a result, everyone saw with their own eyes that when the blood sword with monstrous blood aura swung down, Yan Chutian's palms seemed to have once again used that strange technique. However, everyone felt that he was just resisting on the verge of death. After all, they had seen him use that strange technique one after another, and he couldn't unleash much power at all. The previous result had left him in an extremely sorry state, and now he was in Guohong's strange and unfathomable state of strength. Obviously, the result was destined to be a crushing defeat. However, in the next moment, a scene that exceeded everyone's expectations suddenly appeared. As Yan Chutian's hands gradually closed, many disciples were shocked. It seemed that an extremely terrifying fluctuation had suddenly surged out. This situation was completely different from before. As a result, thousands of gazes immediately gathered. This was because they already vaguely knew that the situation was not as they had imagined. Many gazes converged, and the following scene did not disappoint them. From Yan Chutian's palms, an energy light pillar actually shot out from nowhere. One could vaguely see that within the energy light pillar, there seemed to be a sharp blood sword, a thunder hammer roaring, a fire phoenix spreading its wings, and a huge beast galloping. It was also at this moment that many disciples were stunned. This was because the powerful thing that surged within the energy light pillar seemed to be familiar. In the blink of an eye, the energy light pillar shot out and directly collided with Guohong's monstrous blood sword. In an instant, extremely berserk and terrifying ripples spread out. Wherever the ripples passed, the space was completely torn apart like a mirror. It was hard to imagine just how turbulent the center of this collision was. However, no matter how turbulent the collision was, it couldn't compare to the stormy waves that were surging in Guohong's heart at this moment. Not only did he find it hard to accept, but he had also used the Blood God Codec. How could a smelly bug, who was already at the end of its rope, resist like this? What made him even more incredulous was that this turbulent destructive power actually contained the majestic power of his Blood God Codec. However, how was this possible? The Blood God Codex was based on the remnant of the Yang God Codex that he had obtained and his own comprehension. It was no exaggeration to say that no one in the world could cultivate the power of the Blood God Codex. But now, the turbulent power of his opponent contained the power of the Blood God Codec. What was going on? Soon after, Guohong's heart trembled violently in disbelief. He could faintly feel that the power of this attack had even surpassed his own. If it was in the past, he could use his own foundation, but just now, he had used the Blood God Codex to its limit. How could he still have any foundation left? Such a scene had already made Guohong think of a possibility that made him extremely terrified. Today, he was going to be defeated by his opponent. Impossible, impossible, how could I, Guohong, be defeated? How could I be defeated by you? Damn it! Tear it apart and die! Guohong clenched his teeth in fear. He roared and tried his best to squeeze out the hidden power in his body. However, using the Blood God Codex was already exhausting his potential. How could he bring out more power at this moment? Therefore, in the end, under Guohong's horrified gaze, the energy light pillar completely tore apart his blood sword, and also broke apart the blood wave. Following which, his body was directly blasted off the stage. Boom! He crashed heavily into the square. Fortunately, the square was protected by a large array, so it wasn't destroyed. Otherwise, there would have been a deep hole in the square outside the Firmament God Palace. However, it was also because of this that the crowd was able to know Guohong's situation immediately. He was in a sorry state and had completely fainted. The crowd in the square was dead silent as they watched this scene. No one made a sound for a long time. They couldn't believe that Yan Chutian could turn the tables in such a hopeless situation and defeat Guohong in one fell swoop. After a long while, a disciple finally regained his senses. He recalled that Yan Chutian's last attack seemed to be the combination of the signature spirit arts of several prided geniuses. After that, there were countless exclamations that rang out. He even defeated senior brother Guohong. Didn't his final attack just now include senior brother Hu Yuan's and even senior brother Guohong's powerful attack? Could it be that such a strange spirit art didn't destroy the attack, but stored it and then used it to return the favor? Amidst the tens of thousands of exclamations, Luo Yu's pretty face was also filled with shock. Then, she slowly looked towards the last line of sight on the stage with a complicated expression. Even though she had previously admitted that she had underestimated the other party, it was only at this final moment that she realized that she had ultimately underestimated Yan Chutian. Moreover, based on this situation, it wasn't difficult for her to imagine that even if she were to fight against him, her ending wouldn't be much different from Guohong's. In fact, it was likely that only Yi Linlang had the confidence to block such a strange method. In the depths of the inner sex Heavenly Array faction, the young girl who was watching the elders' every move through the light screen opened her red lips slightly. She was in an unprecedented state of disbelief. She had never expected that such a shocking turn of events would occur at the final juncture. However, she also didn't realize that when she saw the result that went against her words, what emerged in her heart wasn't anger, but faint joy. At the same time, although the old man on the other side of the stone table was silent, a trace of admiration had already appeared on his face. However, it was also because of this that when he thought of the other party's unwillingness to enter the Heavenly Array faction, he felt a wave of pity. Because no matter how outstanding he was, it was likely that he wouldn't be able to become a disciple of their Heavenly Array faction. On the stage, looking at Guohong who was finally blasted off the stage by him, Yan Chutian heaved a sigh of relief and immediately leaped off the stage. However, as he leaped down, it seemed that he had expended too much energy, and he had already staggered. However, after staggering, Yan Chutian didn't feel the ice-cold ground. Instead, he felt a slightly delicate and soft body. Taking a closer look, who else could it be other than Shui, or who had stepped forward to support her in front of everyone's eyes? "Brother Yan, how do you feel? Are you all right?" Even though she was pleasantly surprised by Yan Chutian's victory, Cher's mind was only filled with worry for him when she saw the former's weak footsteps. This was because in Cher's opinion, no matter how important the world was, it couldn't be compared to her brother Yan's health. The girl's worry made Yan Chutian's heart feel slightly warm. He, who didn't want her to worry, naturally immediately shook his head gently. However, to be honest, his current situation was extremely terrible. At this moment, Yan Chutian had already exhausted all of his strength. Any cultivator at the 5th or 6th level of the Yuanying faction could probably kill him. In other words, he was destined to have no fate with the top 4, top 2, or even the fight for the championship. However, Yan Chutian was also an open-minded person. In his opinion, if he couldn't obtain the championship and chose to enter the Heavenly Cloud faction of his own accord, no matter what rank he was in, it wouldn't make any difference. After all, only the champion had the right to choose. Moreover, after working so hard for so long, He was finally able to enter the inner sect. He was one big step closer to seeing his master. This in itself was a kind of joy. As long as he could see his master, he could prove his identity. With his master's influence, it was enough to make the entire firmament god palace, and even the 6 palaces believe in the scheme of the divine realm. At that time, with the power of the 6 palaces, even if the divine realm's forces were to overturn the heavens, it shouldn't be possible to be a match for the 6 palaces. Otherwise, they would have invaded the heaven realm long ago, and not waited for the ancient corpse beast to revive. Thinking about the ancient corpse beast, Yen Chutian felt a headache. Although it wouldn't be easy for such a monstrous beast to revive, he didn't know how far the divine realm had come. If the ancient corpse beast was really revived, whether the divine realm could control it or not, it would be a disaster for the heaven realm. Sogu.